Matchday Live, the build-up
with Tim and Peter, the Toon Twins, weekly live on NUFC Talk Radio, the voice of the Toon Army.
There you go. Welcome to NUFC Talk TV, Matchday Live with Toon Twins, Tim and Peter. So we are live on YouTube. We are also live on the website, nufcradio.com. And today, Newcastle play away at Nottingham Forest in a bid, dare I say, for European football. So before we get into that, give the video a like. It really helps the channel grow. We do want to hear your thoughts as well, so keep your comments coming. But if you do want to guarantee your comment being read out, give us a super chat. And if you can, become a member for $4.99 a month, where you'll gain exclusive access to exclusive content. And we do appreciate all of your support out there, lads and lasses. I can see plenty in the building already. So we've got Quinny there. Hiya, Quinny. We've got Trolls. Got David as well, so good to have you on board. How you David?
Hi,
Morning.
people.
Yeah, it's morning still, isn't it? Get me times mixed up. Nottingham Forest away, and it's all rosy in the garden, Peter.
Well, exactly.
Crisis? What crisis?
That's it. Yeah. So, like you say, good to see everyone in the house. All fine and dandy. On we roll to the City Ground. So, but no, seriously, I think today's going to be interesting to see if they can carry that momentum from that win. I'm saying it's all rose in the garden. I'm obviously saying that a bit in jest, so don't go too bonkers in the chat, people. But I'm just making the point that I think it'll be interesting to see if we can go on a bit of a run now. Justify what went on this season. But yeah, if they can get away from like 15th, 16th position, try and get more mid-table and ideally try and get Conference League, I think they're going to have to win all three. So let's see if they can do it.
I mean, like you say, it's crazy how we can turn around and the way the league is at the end of the season. Excuse me, but we've got Rupert's. Sorry, it's not Rupert, is it? Is it Rec? I can't really pronounce that. It's a long name. Right, Bruno and Big Joe in the middle. Gallon, Chiao and Trips at the back with Ramsdale in the nets. Yeah, we'll talk about the team, what we think it should be. I mean, just with the and Botman, not Gallon. Yeah, so Botman at the back. I'll go through what I think it could be and what I would play, but and I think I agree with that, to be honest, mate. But in terms of the league standings, it is all on. It is available to Newcastle to have a late surge for European football. And we are lucky that that's the case, because ordinarily the way that we've played and the results that we've had at the end of the season would have meant that we have had no chance to get in European football. But because of the fact that it could drop down to 9th place, I think even 10th place, I think Win was saying, wasn't he? A few nights ago, after doing the calculations. So we, I think if we win today, I believe we're only 3 points off Brentford, who are in 7th, I think. Let us know out there if that's right, lads and lasses. But it's so we could get 9th place and 8th place. That's certainly realistic. And I do kind of fancy our chances today, to be honest. But the team. So what do you think of that team? What do you think,
Well, it's
Peter? Would
funny
you play
because
that?
if you go back to, I remember when we signed Wissa and Volamada, um, that was my feeling at the time, in terms of maybe seeing Wissa play on the left. If I've got this formation in mind of one up front, two wide players, and we all know that's what Eddie likes. Or we'll come on to that actually, because I know he changed things up last week, which was really good to see. But the start of the season, we all knew that it was going to be the one up front formation, and I thought, like, with Wissa, I thought we would have seen that Wissa coming
Mm.
in for Voltamado up front,
Aye.
and Elanga right, but it's never we've never seen that. They've never tried that. Maybe now is a chance to do that, because Gordon's well off the boil. We all know that. But to be honest, I think, as much as I would like to see that in that formation, personally, I love the fact that Eddie played 4-4-2, and I would go with that over playing, the one up front. So in a 4-4-2, I'm not sure if Wissa would be suitable for left wing, because then he's got a bit more. He's got more defensive responsibilities than what he would ordinarily have playing in the kind of 4-5-1, 4-3-3, whatever you want to call it. But yeah, I would like to see 4-4-2, and maybe see Wissa be given a chance, maybe behind Asula. I want to see Voltamada as well. It's tricky because Asula, I think, has given Eddie a bit of a headache. But I do think you've got to see something from both of those players, Wissa and Voltamada, between now and the end. You've got 3 games. I think we've seen Asula can be useful now. I think going into next season, he's someone that you can keep, have him be an impact player, or maybe a squad player, maybe even a starter. Who knows? But I don't think I would sell him. But I do think the bigger picture, Voltamada and Wissa, definitely, it would be nice to see something more from them in these last 3 games.
Yeah, I think with today, away to Forest, I can see even more so why you would play Willock, purely on the transition and on the counter, with it being an away game. I mean, it is Forest away, and they've been struggling down the bottom, so by all accounts, we should be going there to dominate. But just the way it can turn out, I think you're going to get more space, obviously, at home, whereas away, I think I can kind of understand, especially on the back of the Brighton game, why you would have Willock still in there, like I say, with that pace, once we regain the ball back, to get up the field, to carry the ball. But again, much like the Arsenal away game and the Brighton game, I understand starting with certain players and starting with certain ideas, but come the second half, when the game changes, that's when I would like to see Eddie Howe react and put in Voltamada in that number 10 and take Willock off. So I would imagine, if we do get a goal in the first half today, a goal or two, second half, obviously it's a case of Forest pushing men forward to get back in the game, and we don't necessarily have to bomb forward because we are winning. To me, that's when, you put Voltamada on just to get hold of the ball a bit and control the game and see the game out a bit. There shouldn't have to be an extreme between, I'm going to pin my hopes on this extreme style or that extreme style. I think the game calls for different situations and different tactics at different times. So that's what I would like to see. I'm the same, Peter. You know what I mean? I want to see Voltamada in the side as well. And ideally, I would just start him today. But Willock did so well against Brighton. Like I say, it's an away game. You might have that counter-attack in mind. So I understand if it's Willock today, but I just want to see that proactiveness with Voltamada, because I think you could have a big impact.
Yeah. Just quickly as well, in the chat there, I can see Trolls has said how we'll never play 4-4-2. Now, honestly, Trolls, trust us, that was nigh on 4-4-2 against Brighton. Like, if you watch the way the players, when Brighton had the ball, the way Newcastle was setting up with Willock. I know Willock was a little bit deeper, but it's a number 10 basically. It's the same as like when Kevin Gallagher used to drop off Alan Shearer or, Bellamy even. So yeah, like that was, I mean, I was stunned when I saw that. And, obviously I'm joking when I say it's all rose in the garden. It's not, I know it's not. It doesn't mean that it justifies everything that's went before. But when we're screaming for 4-4-2 and he actually does it, we've got to kind of enjoy that, even if it is momentarily, if it's isolated moment, whatever. We'll see going forwards, won't we? But come on, we'll have to like say, okay, he's actually done what we've asked, and I think acknowledge that. So, and I think that played a massive part in us winning the game. Like you could see when Asula was doing his stuff, that the difference it makes when, let's say, if Asula comes out wide or if he drops a bit deep, Willock was always then darting forwards. If Willock was in a threatening position, like in that 1-2 second half with Bruno, he does a 1-2 with Bruno round the corner. Guess what? Asula's in the box. Like it's old school, but it's brilliant because that threat suddenly is so much more than what it is typically with just the one up front. In the one up front, you'd have to rely on the two wingers to kind of come inside all the time, and sometimes they're just too far away. So, yeah, that was brilliant, and I'm just hoping that we see more of that kind of formation going forward. Yeah,
I know, same here, and like there is that reservation that whether or not he will stick with that. Whether he'd revert back to the 4-3-3, not necessarily this season, because I think surely he stays with the same team or the same formation for this Forest game, but or for next season if Eddie Howe's still there. I've got reservations as to whether he would then carry on with a 4-4-2 or 4-2-3-1, whichever way you want to put it. There's some comments here I want to go through. So, hiya, Connor, mate. So it's got an interesting stat. If we win today, it will be the first time in our history where you've beaten a single opponent 6 games in a row. That's crazy, that. Cheers for that, mate.
Yeah.
I wouldn't have thought
that. Jinxed Newcastle there.
No, I've got a good feeling. I've got a good feeling for this one. But no, out of all the times, it's now where we're going to make that record potentially. Maybe you would have thought under Keegan, or Robson, you would have had that. But obviously Souness, I mean, that's the biggest shock of all. It wasn't under War Graham.
Exactly.
Connor, hiya, mate. Yeah, obviously I've just read out your comment, but good to see you in the chat. And I've got another one here. Yeah, so Ruptek, sorry, I'm butchering your name, has came back and said Wissa played left at Brentford, interchanging. Sula can interchange too. Yeah, so I get that. It's a good point. And I think you've mentioned that, Peter, haven't you, earlier in the season, that you would have liked to have seen Wissa, if Eddie Howe was going to be strictly 4-3-3, then at least accommodate Wissa on the left. And like you say, you can interchange with the front man.
Like I said earlier, that was my kind of feeling going into this season. That is what I expected he would do. But obviously then that means moving Anthony Gordon from that left-hand side. And yeah, we've found out as the season's unravelled, we've seen that Gordon is like, he's very reluctant to move Gordon from that spot. So, but yeah, I think Wissa, I think you're right. He did play left-hand side sometimes for Brentford in that 3 kind of like 4-3-3 setup. So that's why I'm thinking he could maybe do a job there, if Eddie wants to play that formation.
Thing is, I think, for me, I'd want to play with a 4-4-2, and I think you can't drop Asula, basically. So, as much as I want to see Wissa get some minutes under his belt, Asula's got to play the way he is playing right now.
That's what I mean when I say that he's given him a headache.
Aye.
Because of how he's done since he's came in the team. It's like, like you say, probably undroppable. So no, I agree. I think maybe I know what you're saying about Willock. Willock also was a threat with that pace and that stride that he's got. And also he's playing in a position that he was effective in all those sort of years back when he first came to the club. He was playing in that same position, darting into the box behind the striker when he got those goals. Remember, he scored I think he broke a record, didn't he? Didn't he score
He did.
consecutive amount of games?
Yeah.
The
Yeah.
most ever for a Newcastle player, something like that. So
I think it was Fulham away when he broke it off the top of my head.
Hmm.
So let us know in the chat if I'm right about that, but that's what comes to mind.
Aye. And since then, he kind of has been moved back into a more deeper position in the following seasons since then. So, but maybe you kind of see the best of him in this more advanced position. It's just, I'm thinking, would you not want to just put it out there? Maybe Wissa in that position for today just would allow you to kind of think more long term, and see what Wissa has got for next season, potentially just give us a reminder of what he can bring to the table.
I know what you mean. Just like for me, I'd want to see Wiss on the shoulder. I'd want to see him as the spearhead. And like we've said, the fox in the box and running in behind, making it difficult to pick him up. That's where I'd want to see him. Yeah. Whereas Willock or Voltemada, if they have the license to kind of drop back a little bit at times, then they've got the ability, I think, to do that. Whether it's Voltemada's technique and his link-up player, whether it's Willock's kind of running from midfield to the striker to Wissa in that example, and also running from deep as well. It's harder to pick up. But again, it's all about the subs. Do you know what I mean? I think it doesn't mean that we can't see Wissa or we can't see Voltemada. Bring them on at the right times, manage the game, and I think we could see them thrive still. Connor says if Botman starts today, it will be his 100th appearance for us. Yeah, it's it's big season next season for Botman, big summer really. We've got to decide what we want to do in terms of purchases and stuff, and who's going to be the starting centre back. I hope he cements his place really and sorts his fitness out. I really do. We've already covered that. Trolls. There's a few other comments here. So, Forest will be missing a lot of players through injury. This is an ideal opportunity. It's whether we take this chance, and I completely agree, mate. I was saying earlier that I think, we're playing Forest at the right time. They've just played Villa away in the Europa League. They're going to be a bit good at that. They couldn't get through the final. There might be a bit of fatigue, like you say, mate. There's injuries that they have. So, I was saying on the show a few nights ago, when we looked at these fixtures, a few weeks ago, and obviously we were losing games. I looked at it and I thought, I just can't see a win. I can't see where a win's coming from because we're playing teams who all have something to play for. But now when I look at the fixtures, I think they are quite favourable because Forest, for the reasons I've mentioned, West Ham, because I think by the time we play them, they are going to be up to their neck. And I think they're going to be in a bit of a panic mode by that point. Because I think they will go down, personally.
They'll probably have to win.
Yeah.
West Ham. So that'll leave gaps.
There you go. And Nuno wants to sit in. He wants to counter-attack. But like you say, Peter, when you need to win, I think that affects such tactics like that. So, I think we're playing West Ham at a good time. And then Fulham away, that's the only one where we need to wait and see. But it could be the case, maybe, if Fulham ever fall off, that they're not in contention for Europe. It's probably unlikely, to be fair, because they're ahead of us on this. So they're probably still going to be in the mix. So maybe that's the only one. But if we've got momentum by then, we can win that game, So the way it's worked out is a bit crazy. I mean, what do you think, Peter? Do you reckon we'll get Europe? Where do you think we'll finish?
I'm going to say 10th. I don't think. Well, I'm going to say maybe that's ambitious. I know that sounds crazy to say that's ambitious, but I think 11th or 10th. I just think like the way it's gone this season, I think ultimately the shortcomings that we've had, that we've witnessed across the board in all different manners, different aspects, whether it's the manager or the players or whatever.
Mm.
I think ultimately it'll come back to kind of it'll be reflected within the finish, the finishing position. So, I mean, if we win all three, that will give us a shout for Conference League, maybe even Europa. But I just think when you have a season like this, the way it's gone, normally you tend to get what you deserve.
Mm.
And I think obviously the majority of the season has been like very disappointing. So, I think, to be honest, I'm just happy after the last few weeks. I'm just happy we're probably not going to go down. I think that's fair to say. It's not going to
No,
happen now.
no.
And I was genuinely worried about that like a couple of weeks ago. So,
Well, Spurs won, so
there you
that
go.
kind of proved the point for me. Do you know what I mean? We had to do it ourselves. We couldn't rely
Yeah,
on Spurs. I think
De
Spurs
Zerbi,
start winning now. Yeah.
he's a good fit, De Zerbi, for Tottenham. And I think he will rally the Tottenham players. So, yeah, I mean, I think, yeah, I'm gonna go for, I don't know, 11th or 10th. Whether that'll be enough for Europe, I don't know how that'll pan out in terms of the finishing spots, where other teams finish, the drop down in places for qualification. I don't know.
Mm,
Yeah.
mm. I've got a funny feeling it might be ninth. Might be ninth, and that might be enough, for
I
conference.
would, if you had said 9th a few weeks ago,
I know.
then I would have took it.
Aye, aye. Christopher Hosking has came back saying, Peter, we are 13th. Europe has gone if we lose today. So 4-4-2 or not, Eddie Howe has failed. Bournemouth are 3 points off Champions League. And yeah, like
Well,
obviously if we do lose today, then you're not looking, I think, like you say, Peter, we're not looking at relegation because I think we are safe, but you are looking at a really poor finish and a really poor position in the league. So it could go either way.
it's
Weakness
in
is
the
in the
balance. It's in the balance, technically.
aye.
You look at the table. I'm not going to I'm not going to criticize people if they want to get kind of like get optimistic and excited for looking at that and going, do you know what? We can sneak Europe here, because they're not wrong. It is technically possible. Whether we'll do it, we'll see. But I think it's probably too little, too late, if you ask me. But
Mm.
we'll see. I mean, also, Christopher, I know there in the comments just a bit further down, you've also said that we've got the flip flops on, saying that you're disappointed in us.
Mm.
That we both, like, one win, you flip flop back to Eddie, and that we've got no shame
Well,
in that
I'll come
stance.
on to that.
Yes. But
Yeah. I'm
yeah,
working my way down. I'll start a few comments there. So yeah, I'll come
okay,
back
yeah.
on that. And yeah, just on Bournemouth, 3 points from the Champions League. It's absolutely crazy. And imagine Bournemouth in the Champions League next season. Um,
Shows how
the
great
vitality.
Iraola's done.
I know, and obviously he could be going to Palace, and it's a weird one, isn't it?
I mean, I would have
Yeah,
thought he was a shoe-in for Chelsea.
you know, I just think it's their owners.
Yeah.
Maybe like maybe they don't fancy him, but I just think that it could be a case of either that they are interested in Iriola, um, or they aren't interested in him because they want somebody who's basically a yes man, who is willing to cede total control to them in terms of player recruitment, in terms of who plays, maybe even. I don't know if it's going on to that extent at Chelsea, but yeah, and like maybe they have approached Areola, and he said, "Well, I want more control." It could be that, and I think with Man United, for example, as well, like other clubs out there, there's a lot of pressure to appoint Michael Carrick, isn't there? So maybe that's going to override any other candidates out there. But if he does go to Palace, it'll be really interesting to see how he does, because they'll be in Europe if they win the Conference League final. So we'll get to see how he can juggle, midweek games, because that's the one question mark, isn't it, against him that people have put saying he hasn't got that experience. So that'd be interesting. So we've got a Bournemouth fan in the chat as well. Go on, Peter.
No, I'm just saying, yeah, that's true about Iraola. If he does go to Palace, yeah, it'll be interesting to see if he can manage that schedule.
Definitely, yeah.
Yeah.
You tell us, Talk Fan TV, what you think, if you're going to get it or not. I think you'll get Europe of some form. And Connor says, question: Forest played deeper and are excellent in transition. Will Asula and pace players work this game as probably no space in behind? I mean, they are at home, but like you're saying, like I said about Nuno, he does like to sit deep, doesn't he? So, and I was saying about Willock, maybe keep Willock in for the reason that, we are away and maybe we can counter attack. But that is a good point, Connor, in terms of like, Forest, they want to try and win. Obviously, they're not completely safe yet. So it's a balancing act for them because they want to get the points. And I think as the home side, the emphasis is on them. But yeah, it's how much they want to be adventurous and how often they pick their moments to throw men forward. So to be fair, I think Asula, I think you still keep Asula in, even though Forest might sit deep, but I think there'll be chances to hit them on the break, and there'll still be space there at times. And he's earned his spot, purely from a goal scoring point of view. But I think the question is Voldemort or Willock. I think that's the one for this game. That's the question mark. And for the reasons you've said, maybe, I said earlier, maybe play Willock. But, if there's going to be a low block by Forest, then, I think Voldemort might be the better option. But Willock was quality against Brighton. But yeah, it's horses for courses. So maybe, I want to see Voldemort get some minutes, whether it's second half or from the start. I think that's my
I think that's
point.
important for next season as well. Like you say as well, he could potentially unpick the lock today if Forest are kind of being a bit more defensive. We'll see what he can do when he's got players in front of him and he's got movement around him. He can play players in on goal through the channels and he can pick players out really well. So, no, I agree. I think hopefully we'll see a bit more of Volts today. Because, yeah, if you go into next season and he hasn't shown anything, in these games, in the run-in, it's just you're going into next season cold. I think he needs to kind of like be given that chance to just remind everyone that he's first of all here to stay, fingers crossed, and second of all, just give people a bit of a preview as to what's to come, maybe next season.
Aye, and yeah, I mean, I'll dovetail in with what I'm going to bring up now because Christopher Hoskins says, question: how bad is it that Eddie Howe's team former team has got Champions League? Yeah, we've kept Howe and let Iraola go to Palace. And yeah, just to the comment that you mentioned there as well, Peter, yeah, Christopher also goes on to say he's disappointed. It's one win if you flip-flopped back to Eddie Howe. You've got no shame. Yeah, well, to tackle the both comments, and you mentioned Iraola. Yeah, I mean, for me, it's a missed opportunity. What I was saying before was tongue-in-cheek, mate. I'm not saying it literally is Rosie in the Garden. I'm just being sarcastic because of how crazy it is that now all of a sudden people are talking about Europe when the concern was the opposite only a week ago. So yeah, I'm being sarcastic, mate. Even though there is a chance, of getting Europe. And
that's football, isn't it? That's just the crazy world of football. That's the point.
That's partly why we love it as well. Anything can happen. But if you want, to talk about it in the cold light of day, I said after the Brighton game, even though we won, the game itself actually reaffirmed in my mind that we did need a change of manager in the summer, even though we got the 3 points. And I don't want to drag up all grounds completely, but it was because of that second half and because of the way that we didn't adapt to how the game unfolded. And it was the same patterns and the same conservative nature from Eddie Howe in terms of how he reacts to games and how he's not proactive. So you touch on Areola, yeah, I think it's a missed opportunity because I think he would slot in brilliantly, and the fact that he's got them 3 points off Champions League and potentially getting them Champions League, I think it says it all about the job that he's done. I just think he's got transferable skills from a Bournemouth to a Newcastle United, you know. So that's my views, and it's going to be interesting to see what happens in the summer, and then obviously next season. But yeah, what do you think, Peter?
Yeah, so I think Eddie, for me, I've always said, I think Eddie, the job that he's done at Newcastle means that I think I wanted to see Eddie be given as long as possible, this season, have a good season and turn things around if things aren't going well. Because I just think he warranted that time. Now, I said a few weeks back that at that point, ultimately, it looked like it had gone stale, and that Eddie, I think, had run his course. So, yeah. Now, at the same time, you look at last week, like you say, I'm not saying, obviously, we beat Brighton, we play 4-4-2. I'm not saying that suddenly it's all rose in the garden. It is like, but no, obviously I'm joking. It's not really, I know. What I'm saying is, for me anyway, I have to enjoy that win because I never expected Eddie. I was doing the preview for that match. We were doing that preview, yeah. So, and we were like slating the lineup because it was all under the impression that it was a 4-3-3 setup.
Yeah.
Not one of us sat here and said, "Do you think that could be 4-4-2?" We all presumed it was the usual 4-3-3. Game comes around and it's 4-4-2. So to not acknowledge that, I have to acknowledge that, and I love to see that because, like I said earlier, I felt like we were better for that. Now, is it too little, too late? Yeah, it probably is. Is that annoying? Is it frustrating? Of course it is. Like we've went over that, like all this season, how frustrating it's been. But it's not going to stop me from looking at that and going, do you know what? Even though I think maybe it's ran its course with Eddie, if they don't think that, and if they're going to keep him, then I'm going to look at the Brighton match and I'm going to say, well, okay, then if Eddie is still the man, maybe looking at that setup, maybe he will kind of lean into the 4-4-2 setup a bit more now going forwards. It would make sense, wouldn't it? We won. So, and no one expected him to do that. Eddie done it. So I'm just trying to like look at that and say, ultimately we don't make the decisions, obviously, who's in charge of Newcastle United. So if they're gonna go with Eddie again, then hopefully he will become a bit more flexible in the formation, and maybe that'll kind of drip down into certain team selections as well going forwards. And maybe we'll see the benefits of that, and maybe he can prove people wrong and turn it around. We'll see. But that's not me being flip flop. I'm just saying I think this season it has went stale. Absolutely no doubt about that, and I totally get why people want to see it change because I think it's got all the signs of it running its course with Eddie. But no, I mean, you're not going to still stop me from looking at it and going, I still hope he kind of is able to turn it around. If they're going to decide he's still the man. Obviously, time will tell, won't it? So,
aye,
yeah.
it's baby steps, maybe, in it. With the 4-4-2. Like I say, even though there were signs in that game that it was the same signs that frustrated us all season. If he can go into next season, willing to play 4-4-2, and even accommodating Volamada in that, then I was going to say baby steps, but that would be a big step if he can do that, considering how Volamada hasn't had looking recently. So there's that glimmer of hope that, like you say, he's done that against Brighton. He's now open to that for now. So, like you said,
if we're gonna like I said, no one's predicted that he would do that, and he done that. So, do you know what I mean? Like, it doesn't make sense not to acknowledge that.
Yeah, exactly. And And with
yeah,
Asula as well, nobody predicted away at Palace that Asula would be starting. And again, like you say, we all scratched our head when we saw the lineup and we're all annoyed and frustrated. But then lo and behold, Asula goes and scores against Palace, and from then he's been really good and he's scored more goals since then. So you've got to give Eddie Howe credit from that point of view, in that he's made a decision there that wasn't popular, but actually, even
mm,
though there is an argument that we want to see Wissa, and there's a valid argument there, both can be right maybe. Because Eddie
that's
Howe
why I
would,
say he's given Eddie a
Ed,
headache.
yeah, exactly. Eddie Howe would point to how Asula has done, and it is hard to argue against that. Obviously, we've talked about Asula on the right, haven't we? And maybe you could play Asula on the right and play Wissa
Mm,
up top. Again, it kind of comes down to the subs as well. I've said it before. I'll say it again. Okay, you can pick the starting lineup, maybe accommodate them all through more proactive substitutions. Um, but yeah, maybe Asula now, we mentioned in the show a few nights ago, maybe Asula is a viable option for next season to play substantial minutes. And that's not something that we would have thought really just a month ago. So, fair play from that point of view. Um, Now, there's a few comments here that I want to just catch up on. Um, yeah, so we've mentioned that one, yeah, 13th, and there's another question here. Um, just bear with us. Christopher question. Oh, I've got that. We've read that one. So yeah, we've covered that, Christopher. So um, Connor as well. Do you think Gordon starts today? Should he start after talking to other clubs and Head might not be in it? I wouldn't start him personally because I just think that he's tailed off badly. I just think that he doesn't look a player who's up for it when he plays at the moment. And if I was manager, I would be looking to sell him anyway. And I would rather play Harvey Barnes there, who has been incredibly underwhelming lately. There's no doubt about that. But he did get that goal against Brighton at the end. Or I would play Jacob Ramsey out there, who can come in and cut in and maybe create some chances. And he's technically a good footballer, and I think he would at least link the play well out there on the left. So no, personally, I wouldn't play Gordon. I'm kind of, like I say, I'm kind of done with him in that. I think we should be looking to try and get money for him. And like you say, mate, as well, Connor, if he's speaking to other clubs, realistically, is his head in the right place? I would question that. What do you think, Peter?
it just feels like the old saying: "There's no smoke without fire." Um, and yeah, I'd be surprised if we see much of Gordon for the rest of this season for these 3 games. I don't think we're going to see much of him of Anthony Gordon at all. So I wouldn't expect him to start today. I wouldn't start him. I'm not a fan, and I think talking about things running the course, bloody hell, yeah, I think Anthony Gordon's certainly done that for me. I think, yeah, he's just tailed off massively this season, and obviously I don't want to. We've went into that, haven't we, many times on this show about why we think it's not working with Gordon. So yeah, I think don't play him. You got to look forward to next season and play players who, with one eye on players who are going to be in your plans for the next season. If Eddie's going to be here, if he's still going to be manager, then I think he would be wise to just put Gordon to one side. Because I think, yeah, like I say, I think he's got one eye on moving, and I do think it does seem like clubs are interested in Gordon.
Yeah.
I mean, to think Bayern Munich and Barcelona want Anthony Gordon is a bit bonkers, but if they do, then get it done. And I think Gordon probably will be saying, "Look, I want this move." So that's why I just think like you're not going to see him get many minutes. I feel the next 3 games.
Yeah, yeah, and yeah, I think, like you say, with Bayern being in, potentially Barcelona, I think it's a good thing because we can then, if there's interest, we can leverage a decent enough price as opposed to trying to just flog him, if you like, if nobody was out there that interested. And I'm not saying he's a terrible player necessarily. I mean, he has had terrible games, but he's obviously a good player. He's got attributes. But yeah, I think he lacks that finesse. He lacks that technicality in the final third for me. And if he's not going to be an aggressive player, if he's not going to show that tenaciousness on and off the ball and create things through that partly, then I think he loses a lot of what he brings and loses a lot of the positives that he brings when he's on form. He's not, in my mind, he's not a David Ginola who can curl one in at the top corner. He needs to be really at it, like I said, with an aggressive style of playing. He seems to have dropped that. Whether that's because he thinks he's better than what he is and he's trying to cultivate a different style for himself, who knows? But, he's had good games this season. He has had good games and, he is a good player. But I just don't think he's a high-level elite player. And we're not an elite team, so maybe you could say, well, who are we to get rid of him? But I just think we can find somebody who is more consistent. And with Bayern, I think they want him. I think with Diaz on the left for Bayern, I think Diaz is like 29 now, I believe. Maybe coming up to 30 soon. So I think they're looking at that. Obviously, Gordon 24, 25. He can succeed Diaz potentially, but also Gordon can play down the middle. So they've got that flexibility then. Harry Kane, again, he's got a couple of years left, I would say. But again, if you want to rotate, a different style of player, but Gordon could potentially play down the middle for Bayern here and there. So maybe that's what they're thinking. So he might be going there more as a rotation player. Stuart says, do you think Eddie should give the younger players a go, as they'll be hungry to prove a point, and we've got nothing to play for? What do you think of that, Peter?
Well, I agree. I think he should have done that more often this season. I always try and when I hear that argument, I think for me the Carabao game was the massive surprise that he didn't play those younger players. I always try and think, like, at the end of the day, I don't watch the under-21s. Eddie does watch the under-21s, so I always try and like temper sort of like expectations on that. But yeah, I think the Carabao game was a massive black mark, you could say. On the fact that on his approach to these players, because that was so deflating. Not to, what was it, 6-1 on aggregate, and then we scored 2 goals. It's 8-1. To not see like Shahar and Neve for longer. Well, Neve didn't even get on, so was really sort of strange. So yeah, because that game was done. I'll give him a bit more leeway on the other games if it's Premier League, if the pressure's on. You know what I mean? I think I can maybe understand why he might be a bit more hesitant in those games. But I think that I think he's got to look more for the senior players to see what they can bring for next season. I agree, though, in terms of maybe Shahar could be a good shout, because we need a right back, yeah. So Trippier's gone, Tino might be gone. I think Shahar, to be fair, now that you've asked that question, I think, thinking about it, he could be someone you could blood into the team a little bit more now these next 3 games, because that would then mean maybe we just need to sign one right back if Tino goes, and you can have Shahar as the backup. So maybe that's someone who you can look to for these next 3 games, even if it's just to come on as a sub here and there.
He was the one for me, Shahar, for the reasons you've said in that game, and I think we could have then seen more minutes of him throughout the season, potentially, just here and there to bet him into the first team environments on match day. And like you say, Eddie Howe sees them behind the scenes, and also in the under-21 games. Personally, like you say, we don't. I know other fans do. So, let us know out there if you've watched a lot of under-21 games, how you think Shahar's done. But I think he's clearly got something about him. So is the leeway to give him some minutes here and there over time? I'd like to think there was, and yeah, I think we need to improve the pathway for young players into the first team, especially when we talk about PSR, SCR, as it's going to be. You can't crow about that all the time and then not really work on getting that pathway sorted, in my opinion. So the comment there from Roop, missing Morgan Gibbs White is massive for them. Us having Bruno is equally as big. He is the reason why you've been missing our piece and why Eddie played Nick in the middle for his creativity. Yeah, I agree, mate. I agree. Yeah, he obviously wanted to try and get him on the ball, get Voldemort on the ball a bit, and find his creative spark. But I think it was fine for the first handful of games, 3-4 games. But I think that's where the experiment needed to stop, so that he then moved further up the field, because I think he had too much defensive responsibility in that number 8. I understand the idea initially, but yeah, I'd like to see him in the number 10. Terry says, Tim, Peter, you are twin brothers, right? Surely must be. Well, we've, just been paired for this show randomly, and I do admit, mate, Peter does look a little bit similar. I can kind of see it. Not 100%, but it is there, mate. It is there.
Just the way it pans out, on these shows when Chris has, plonked us together, and yeah, it's a strange one, but it is what it is.
Doppelganger.
Right.
And Troll says, Forest have a very informed Anderson, though. They do, mate, right? And he's a good player, no doubt. He's a good player. And I do think, though, that Gibbs White is the more important player for Forest when it comes to scoring goals and being creative. He has that in his locker. Whereas I think Anderson is more of a number 6. That if I had him, that's where I'd play him. Don't get us wrong, he can kind of punch through some really nice balls into the final third. And lo and behold, it's probably today he's going to score worldy, isn't he? You know what I mean? Obviously the way it works out, and obviously he's had a really tough time. So with the passing of his mom, so obviously wish him all the best in that regard. So yeah, give him our blessing for that. But I think as a player, I think he's more of a number 6 than a creative sort of 10 that I think Gibbs White is. What do you think, Peter?
Yeah, I'd go along with that. I mean, we watched the Forests. We've watched them a few times, and we've said, let's have a look at Anderson and see what does he bring to the table. And I think more often than not, going forwards, what he does is he links the play quite well, but he doesn't tend to kind of have that he doesn't unlock the door too much in terms of whether it's a shot, whether it's a killer through ball.
You will today, though.
Well, that's the thing. I've just cursed it now. So
exactly, yeah.
But but yeah, I think but
he doesn't unlock the door. He doesn't put one in the top corner. Anderson, 1-0 Forest.
Top in. Cheers, Elliot. But no, we can only go off what we watch, what we've seen, and he tends to just link the play well. But yeah, I would say because of his tenacity, he probably does suit a number 6, where he's kind of sweeping up, he's keeping the ball, so he's making sure that his team retain possession. He does have, like I say, a decent shot. He does have a decent kind of attacking mindset, but he just doesn't have that cutting edge for me to warrant being an attacking midfielder that's going to unlock the door. He doesn't seem to have that X factor for that kind of position for me. So yeah, if you were going to have him, then I'd have him as a number 6. Yeah, whether he would want to do that is another thing. He might want to be the kind of player who does bomb forwards, but yeah, I think he seems overpriced from what you hear about the rumours as well. I'm not sure if I would pay the money that's been banded about.
Totally. And again, we talk about PSR, you know what I mean? Could we not find a player for less money than whatever it is, 80 million or something that Forest are wanting, even more than that maybe. Um, I think we should be able to find a player who can do that,
Yeah.
do what he does. Again, easier said than done, but we should have the resources to do that, I think, and box clever in the transfer market. So Brian says if we win today by a couple of goals and Palace beats Everton, we'll be 10th. It's crazy, like, but yeah, that's what I mean. I think we've got a chance, haven't we? So all rosy. But
Well, was in the garden, folks.
it's crazy, man. Christina, 12-0 today, lads. Yep. Like I say, Christina, it's there is a chance. There is, and like Win was saying, he's still got his fingers crossed. And my word, you talk about snatching something at the end if we do get Europe. But we've got to do our business, and yeah, let's see. We could end up 14th, 15th still. Anything can happen. It's.
I don't think we'll
crazy
get Europe,
empty.
but yeah,
Mm.
I don't think we'll do it
Mm.
personally, but we'll see.
Aye.
We'll see.
Aye. Just want to go through a few of the comments. Yeah. Pretty sure Ryan already has more goal contributions at Bournemouth than all our wingers this season, and he's been in the Prem since January and cost 25 million. Mate, Foxy, exactly. And I agree. To me, what could we not have got him? It's we were looking at him by all accounts. Yeah, that is the sort of signing. I'm talking about Elliot Anderson, and I'm talking about boxing clever in the transfer market. That is the prime example for me. 25 million. What is he? He's 19 years old. Yes, maybe we don't watch the games inside out. He's probably had some stinkers here and there, that we haven't seen. So it's not all perfect, but I think you've got to be able to bring these players in and compromise to an extent, knowing that, they might not be brilliant every game, but they can really give you something. They've got talent. They can give you goals and assists, like you say. And maybe you have to take them out at times with them being young, but then put them back in. That was one that got away, and we cannot afford to do that this summer, to let others get away of that nature. So Christopher says, question, sorry, do you not read the table? Bournemouth are 3 points off Champions League. That's how low Newcastle have fallen. Well, it's all credit to Areola and Bournemouth as a club, the way they operate. Yeah, so got to give them massive credit for that, and it'll be crazy if they do get Champions League. So Ronald Turnbull says, how in? David Spence says, Suda, Bruno, and Joe Linton to score today. Well, Joe Linton scored against them last season. Was it last season? Yeah, he did, didn't he?
Yeah.
Sweet left foot strike. Yeah. So Bruno as well. And Bruno, what a difference he's made, Peter, coming back in the side.
Aye, totally. It's he's like you know what I mean. People were saying I was someone as well at the start of the season saying that he's not captain material, and yeah, we were all questioning that. But I do think he kind of his drive and his enthusiasm is captain-esque. It's not in the way that you might have typically expected, from a captain. Typically you think of Tony Adams, don't you? Someone like Tony Adams to bark out the orders, give a few bollockings when it's needed. But no, I think Bruno's enthusiasm and sort of like drive, and also his quality. I mean, his quality on the ball is there for all to see. And in one way, it's kind of frustrating just how much of a difference he makes, because it's like, I think it shows how far behind a lot of other players are in comparison to Bruno in terms of quality. So there's a negative side to that as well. But no, he's brilliant. He is brilliant, and he kind of takes liberties the odd time in terms of like when he tries to buy free kicks and he goes down, and he tends to sort of, it goes his favour a lot of the time, to be fair. But no, brilliant and sweet, very sweet connection with that corner, that in swinger for the goal last week. So yeah, I think he does make a massive difference, and that could hopefully help with the running and getting those getting that going on a run and getting those 3 wins, hopefully.
Mm. Mm. Troll says Howe didn't change things all season, and he changes one game, then he's suddenly the man again. No wonder we aren't going anywhere. I mean, I don't know if that's other people that have said a few things, but no, you've got to give credit if he makes a move and it comes off. You've got to give credit to that. I think I've said before. I'll say again. I think it is time for a change, but you know, I am going to praise if I see something that I like. In terms of that tweak, but there was other things I didn't like in that game as well.
It's just in isolation. We're
Yeah.
like you say, credit where credit's due.
Yeah. The Mighty Win says, "Hey guys, have a great show. Just going for a pre-match banquet, so can't be there today. However, lads, enjoy, mate. Enjoy. I'm sure you will. And yeah, enjoy the game as well." And we've got Rupert saying, "Asula, 1 goal every 118 minutes on the pitch, second to only Haaland so far this season." So yeah, he has done really well, and like I say, got to give credit in that regard, because we are talking about him now being a viable option next season. So maybe it could save a bit of money in the transfer market that way. We'll see, but let's see how he gets on today. The Mighty Twins official fan club, appreciate that, mate, really do, thank you. And says, yeah, get him gone. He's rubbish. And I think you're talking about Anthony Gordon, aren't you? Yeah, so I do think we need to maybe get as much as we can. I mean, I say get as much as we can. I don't want to haggle so that it drags in the summer. Just get a good price, you know, and get it done and dusted, because we do need to draw a line under certain players, in my opinion. I just want to catch up to some of the comments here. As the Mighty Win says there, yeah, we have got something to play for. And I think you were talking about the kids, weren't you? And yeah, I think, you know, I understand it's delicate right now in terms of who you play, because like you say, Win, you know, Eddie Howe's looking at it and he will be thinking, I need to win these games. If I can win these games and sneak Europe out of nowhere, then that's massive for him and massive for the club. So because of the likes of Park and Shaha haven't had the minutes up till now, it makes it a risk then maybe to throw them in out of nowhere. But they should have had the minutes before now, in my opinion, so that they've been bedded in a little bit. So then when these games come around, you know, they can play more minutes from the start or off the bench. And got another comment here. Hall will probably want out if he keeps leaving him on the bench so he can play Dan Burn. What do you think of Lewis Hall versus Dan Burn for today, Peter?
Well, that's going to be a really interesting one, because the longer that goes on, I think you're right. I think that the more Lewis Hall will get a bit fed up. I'd like to see Lewis Hall come back in. I think, like, on the flip side, like you've said before about giving credit where credit's due, Dan Burn has done okay. Now, like, for example, Arsenal, I think defensively he was actually pretty good. I didn't expect that. I thought you'd get roasted from Saka and also Madueke. But I think Dan Burn kind of held his own, to be fair. And then Brighton, we had Minte on that side, and I was worried about that. But I think Minte struggled. So, and I think someone said in the comments earlier, I think J7 kind of helped with that in that formation, 4-4-2, dropping back, doubling up. So does that mean I'm saying Dan Burn is the long-term left back? No, that's not what I'm saying. I'm just saying it's turned out surprisingly better than what I kind of anticipated. That's all. Having said that, though, also Lewis Hall is potentially a world-class talent, and yeah, I think, like, today it's a delicate situation. If you leave him out for too long, I think, yeah, you'll get a bit miffed at that. So I do think Dan Burn will probably start. To be honest, I think he'll reward Burn for being in a winning team the last match, and for playing pretty good against Arsenal. So yeah, but I would put Hall in. I would like to see Hall come back in the fold, and I think you get that attacking threat going forwards that obviously you don't get with Dan Burn. So, but we'll see. I guess obviously we'll should find out any minute now. Really, I'm just checking that as we speak. So as soon as we get that, I'll let you know.
Yeah, yeah, we'll have a look straight away. On that point, I think it will be Dan Burn, and I think it's maybe due to a lot of reasons potentially, but one of the reasons that Eddie Howe has talked about is height. And when you look at Nottingham Forest, and we talk about formations, they at the moment are playing with two strikers. They're playing with Jesus and Chris Wood. Both of those are big, strong strikers. And one of them, if Lewis Hall is playing left back, I can well imagine one of them peeling off to the back post, to the left back spot, to our left back spot, to play on Lewis Hall. And that's not to say that you should drop Lewis Hall for that reason, but tactically, I think that is something Eddie Howe will have in mind, and have Dan Burn there to combat Forest from doing that. So I do think it will be Dan Burn. But yeah, I think we've got to be very careful with Lewis Hall, because he is a top talent. Generally speaking, you can't just play players like Lewis Hall as and when, depending on height, because otherwise you'll be in and out the side constantly. And that wasn't the case anyway throughout the season. We were playing teams who did have a lot of height, and Lewis Hall was brilliant. So, yeah, I think there's other reasons, and obviously, I think he had tailed off a little bit the last few games before he got dropped, but he was no worse than anybody else. And okay, maybe he needed a refresh, but now he's had that. You bring him back in. But like I say, I think with Forest, that's what Eddie Howe will have in mind. So, and I think Eddie Howe doesn't like to change a winning team, does he? So we'll see what it is. But that's the way he is, isn't it? And we've got DPD saying, surely the fact that he isn't using the youth is him openly admitting that youth is rubbish. I think it's a combination of that, where he just doesn't think they're ready, because maybe some of them aren't. But I think it's also Eddie Howe's meticulous nature, in that he only plays players when they are, quote, Eddie ready. And I think that's to his detriments, and I think that's to the team's detriments. I think you've got to have a bit more flexibility. Again, it's hard to say in one way. Well, you're not there. I'm not there. I don't see all the details, but to me, it just feels like he is too cautious when it comes to betting players in it. Whether it's young players, whether it's new signings. He needs to take the shackles off a little bit and be more flexible, in my opinion, Eddie Howe. Otherwise, that pathway will not be there enough for young players and for youth players.
I agree. Yeah. And we'll obviously we'll find out. I think just looking at the comments there, trolls I seen just before. Let's have a look. I know you're going through the comments yourself, aren't you? So do you know what? I'll let you just get to that. But yeah, no, I agree. I think, with Eddie, I've said before, and I said a few weeks ago, I think it does feel like it's run its course. And the board, I think, are taking a bit of a risk in going again with Eddie. But I don't want to kind of just be a doom-monger and just dwell on that. It's like, that's my opinion, but we'll see how it develops. Hopefully he can prove us all wrong. That's my mindset. And it might unravel today, and we might see the signs today that we've seen most of the season, that everything that's wrong about what's happened, what's gone on this season, and everything that's wrong about Newcastle. But hopefully not. Hopefully we can keep this. We've won last week. Hopefully we can then keep that momentum and win the next three.
Yeah.
And get and our wins talk about Europe. I'm not saying Champions League. I don't know if Win still thinks Champions League.
Right.
I'm not going to say all that far, but I would definitely take Conference League, because I just think that is a really handy kind of pathway. It's a shortcut for Europa League. If you win that, you're in Europa League next season, the following season. So you can kind of fall back on that. I think it's always good to get any kind of European football.
Yeah.
Yeah.
definitely. I would take it. I wouldn't have at the start because I always thought it was like a knock-off European competition, and maybe it's a bit snobby. I think now I definitely would take it because it is Europe. It is trying to get used to having those games every week, and it is a chance to get into the Europa League if you win it as well. So no, I'd absolutely take it. Got some quotes here from Dan Burn, from Connor. Cheers, Connor. Ahead of the game today. So Dan Burn has said, I have learned over my career not to listen to the noise. Everybody is going to talk regardless of what happens. We have been on an upward trajectory, so it does feel like a little bit of a dip. Now we are looking to finish the season strongly. We know the quality is there. Now it's time for the lads to back up those words where it matters most, on the grass. Let's see that fight, that hunger, and a massive push to close out the campaign on a high. Um, yeah, so that's Dan Burn there speaking. So he's obviously up for it, and maybe the Brighton game will spark them into having that more togetherness, like we saw when they were celebrating the goals, and more momentum as well.
Yeah. It did
Yeah.
seem like there was togetherness in the camp there. And again, I know I'm only going off that one game. Beforehand, it did seem like it was unraveling. And I sat here and, I said before the match, it really does look like it's potentially getting toxic. But the signs were better against Brighton. And I'm not going to just ignore that. Whether that means anything long term, we'll find out. It might not mean anything. But yeah, at least the signs were a bit more positive last week.
Mm, mm. Yeah, so PDB says Anderson as the 6, 2 hits, 8 high up the pitch, and he can thread balls to them nicely. I agree. If you're going to play that formation, that's what I'd have in mind. Absolutely. But I think Anderson would cost too much. And personally, I would go 4-4-2 or 4-2-3-1. It's a conundrum if you do that because who do you play in centre mid with? You got Bruno. I kind of want to see Miley in there as well. Is there, if Tonali goes, that is there enough pace in there? Maybe not, but maybe they could make it work, But I would like to see the two and then have the number 10 in Voltamada.
Aye.
That's what I'd be looking
I
for.
do think there's a bit of a conundrum with the centre mid because we've got really good players there. I mean, I think Eddie overrates J7, but we've got Ramsey, we've got obviously Bruno, Tonali, and Miley. Them are 4 quality players in my opinion. So, but the issue I've got is actually none of them are blessed with rapid pace, and you could argue none of them are a traditional 6. So they're all 4 quality players, but how do you mold them into a functional setup, into a winning team? So, because I'm just thinking maybe they might need to sign a centre mid who's got pace, who's maybe got a bit more guile, to unlock the door, to kind of cause problems going forwards. And also, we've banged on all season about a number 6, so that is also a requirement. I just wonder, and I mentioned this earlier in the week, I wonder if Miley could be the man to sit a bit deeper.
Yeah.
Maybe you could have Miley and Bruno in the middle, and then sign someone to kind of bring some competition in terms of someone who's got more contrast, more pace to those players. I don't know. Maybe Tonali Goan, he's a quality player. Don't get me wrong. I'm not saying he's not, but I'm just saying if you can get good money for Tonali, maybe you can get someone who brings competition to that area whereby they bring something different kind of skill set, and they can ask different kind of questions to what Bruno would ask or what Miley would ask,
Mm, mm.
to the
I do
opposition.
think,
That is.
aye. I do think Miley, I think he could be tailor-made to play that number 6 role because he naturally reads the game so well. He couldn't have played right back without having that quality. So having that quality and then having the, that stature as well. He's big, he's tall, he's got those long legs. It all would work in my opinion to kind of fit in and slot into that role. And when you put his passing into the mix as well, like somebody said there about Anderson sitting deep. Miley could thread those balls through. He could sit in there, and again, it's not just about sitting in Macarelli style. Obviously, you want him to be there protecting the back four more often than not, if you like, if you have the two. But it's not as if he's going to be camped in in our box. He could use his passing range, and he could really set up attacks, start attacks. Yeah, so I think you could do it. I think that could be his natural role, to be honest with you. It's just whether there's enough pace to do it alongside Bruno. But if you get pace elsewhere, to kind of compensate in terms of the general makeup of the team, a new pacey left winger, a new pacey right winger, a pacey centre forward or maybe if it's a Sula, maybe to start next season. If not, maybe somebody else. But a pacey right back to come in and replace Tino. So I think there's ways and means maybe around that. Yeah, and Ramsey can compete as well for the centre mid. But again, I think Ramsey could play left as well if needs be, and that's maybe something else, somewhere else where you can save money. And I think right wing's the main one, because I know Alanga could come good maybe, but I think it's too much of a risk to put all your eggs in that basket. And Murphy, I think his cycles came to an end. So if you want to keep Alanga, then maybe have him as an understudy. But I think we need to bring in somebody new to start that right wing spot to really hit the ground running. Do you agree, Peter?
Yeah, totally. I mean, with Murphy, I mean, I thought he had checked out against Bournemouth, and that was like a massive red flag. But to be fair, Brighton comes around and suddenly he's back on it. So that obviously helped. He set up the goal, and yeah, he still has got a decent cross on him now and again, and he is more kind of old school that way. And we've said many times that's what we like about Murphy. When he's on form, he does provide that cross, that shot that can make the difference. So yeah, but that right hand slot, I think going into next season with Murphy and Alanga as the only options again would be underestimating like the difficulty that them two players have had this season. So yeah, that would be asking a lot, and I think that would be a massive risk if they do that. Yeah.
Brian says, good to have you in the chat, mate. Brian says, Miley, zero pace, was all over the place at right back against Brighton as they targeted him as the weak link in defence. I mean, what I would say, I agree, like I was saying earlier, he's not the paciest, but I think against Minter, because Minter struggled. Am I saying that right, Christina, by the way? Minter. He struggled against Byrne, who was left back, and they had put Minter across the other side to target Miley, but I don't think he didn't do much against Miley. I think Miley coped with him quite well. I think Minter had a bit of a stinker, to be honest with you. That's kind of how I saw it. And I agree that, Miley, like I say, he hasn't got the pace, but he's got that defensive nous. He's got the reading of the game to compensate for that. Like, for example, David Bay, he wasn't the paciest, but he sat in centre mid. He could read the game. And yeah, I just think Miley has those attributes. I think he could do it. But I agree, in terms of centre mids with Bruno, if Bruno was pacier, then I think it would be an absolute shoo-in. But because both of them aren't necessarily that fast, then there could be a problem there, maybe. But it's one to look at. The team is out, so let's get stuck into that. I've got it in front of us here, so I'll read it out. So we've got Pope still in goal. Well, Lewis Hall is back. We have Botman, Joe Linton, Tonali, Chiao, Asula, Murphy, Voltamada. So Byrne is in, and Bruno. Well, let me just try and work this out then. So you've got Byrne, and you've got Botman, and you've got Chiao. Yeah, so that's wing back. So I'm assuming Lewis Hall is left wing back, and Jacob Murphy is right wing back. with Bruno in the middle and Tonali in the middle, with Voltemada behind. Sorry, and Joe Linton in the middle as well,
Yeah.
and then Voltemada behind Asula. Potentially that.
Looks like
What do you think of that,
that
Peter?
way, doesn't it?
Yeah, I'll just check a few other things. What do you think of that in the meantime?
I mean, first impression is I quite like that. And you got Voltemada being given a chance today. So I'm pleased with that. And we said at the start of the show, Vissa and Voltemada, let's see what they can do now. I think before the season comes to an end, we need to kind of give them a chance to showcase, their skills, because you've got to have one eye for next season, I think, to see who can be in Eddie's plans, or whoever the manager is. So that's good. He's kept faith with Asula. We thought he would. So I think Voltemada behind Asula could be really interesting to see. I think I don't mind the wing back formation. I've always said that. I think that's could be quite an attacking formation. And so you got J7 in there. So in the middle you got Bruno and is it Tonali? Yeah,
Just
Tonali.
Tonali, yeah. But what Connor's saying, Peter, is that and this maybe could be right in that it could be Giao right back, and Botman
It could be. I mean,
centre backs and Lewis Hall right back. The same formation as Brighton. So then you've got Murphy right, Joe Linton left, Tonali, Bruno in the middle, Voltemada just behind Asula. I mean, it'd be a bit strange, maybe. I suppose it's injuries. Is Miley injured? Miley is injured. Yeah, he is injured. So Miley's out. I mean, Trippier, I think, is Trippier fit or not? I'm not sure. Maybe you could have played Trippier. I'm not sure. So it's one or the other.
that is a really good shout, actually, about Chow, because we know he's played right back the odd time this season. I mean, when he's played him right back, it's been in very desperate situations where when the game's been unraveling. So whether he's actually a good option for right back, I don't know. But that is a good shout, because actually it all fits in terms of, you look at the rest of the players. That then means, you would have Hall left back, Burn and Botman, two centre halves. And he could stick with. Do you think he would stick with in that four? If it's a 4-4-2, you'd have J7 left.
Yeah.
Right, J7
Yeah.
left.
I mean,
And then-
exactly. Aye.
But and then Bruno and Tonali in the middle, with Murphy right, Volts and Asula up front. I mean, either way, I think that works. Whether it's the 5-3-2 with the wing backs. What's good, right, is the fact is it looks like, we'll see, we'll find out, but it looks like he's playing Voltemada in that number 10. That's the first impression that I get from that lineup. And we've been crying out for that.
Aye.
So fair play. If that is the case, then fair play.
Aye. No, exactly. That is the main thing for me, that Voltemada's in there. It is a bit weird, to be fair, that you would switch formation if it is wing backs after the back of Brighton. I mean, I'm saying this. I'm being a hypocrite in one way, because I do say that Eddie Howe should be horses for courses in terms of who you're playing. So if Eddie Howe thinks that wing back is the better option against Forest,
make your mind up.
Aye, and it wasn't against Brighton, then who am I then to criticise? I think that's something I've been calling for. So yeah, I think, like you say, having the two up front, that's the biggie, and having that presence, to me, it makes all the difference. And finally, Voltemada in a position where I think he can thrive. It's too late. It should have happened earlier. But like I said earlier, myself, it's baby steps in it. Maybe he's starting to warm towards Voltemada, or warm towards having a number 10, which would lead you naturally to Voltemada. So yeah, if it is wing backs, it will be J7, Tonali, and Bruno as the three, and J7 can drift out wide a little bit to give that width, to have that overlap or underlap with the wing back. Bruno can drift right a little bit as well to link up with Jacob Murphy, and Tonali can be sit in the middle. So it could definitely work. And to be fair, do Forest play? I mean, I was going to say wing backs, but they've been playing 4-4-2. I said it in the start of the show. Definitely two strikers they've been playing. So see what they play. And it's good to see Lewis Hall back. Yeah.
Oh yeah. I mean, I'll just come on to Lewis Hall in a second, but how many times this season have we seen when the centre halves are marking space, they're not marking players. So you can have three centre halves all you want, but hopefully they're going to be switched on and sense the danger around them, because that's been a major issue, isn't it, this season?
Yeah.
In and around the box, in and around sort of in our own half. So you can have numbers back all you want, but if they're not going to be in those moments when you do need to defend, if they're not going to be streetwise and have that nous to look around them and mark up, then it's pointless. So, but we'll see. Yeah, and Lewis Hall, I'm kind of surprised because I thought he would keep it as it was from last week. I'm glad to see Lewis Hall back in, but now as I'm saying that, I'm just reading that comment from Connor. Cheers, Connor. Saying that apparently he might be at right back. Now, I'm glad to see Lewis Hall back. Yes. Am I glad to see him at right back? No, I don't think that would be good, but that would be very strange if he's at right back for me.
And I think it was Connor, you're saying, somebody saying there that Connor mentioned that. I seen that, and I kind of thought it was, so Connor mentioned that could it be Hall right back. I seen that, mate, and I kind of thought that would be a bit of a joke. You know what I mean? Like sarcasm in a way, because of how he's played there as an emergency for the last few minutes of some games, and everybody's kind of scratched their heads as to why do that. And if that is the case from the start, I mean, again, we've sat here, we've said about Burns starting left back. We've criticised it. He did well against Brighton. We've criticised Suda starting. He's done well against Palace onwards. Maybe Lewis Hall will play well at right back, but on the face of it, I do not agree with that at all. And I think it's a strange one. I don't think Lewis Hall will enjoy playing there. And I think there's other options. You could have, like we said earlier, you could have played Chiao right back, and had Burn and Botman as centre backs. Now Niall says Tim, I was not joking because he would never drop Burn. I mean, obviously, Burns, somebody leans on all the time, and now Burns back in, and he played well. I thought he played quite well. Obviously, got the goal. He had a few moments here and there, but he played well, I think, left back against Minter. And he's never going to be dropped, is he, from that point, from Eddie Howe's point of view? And yeah, I do not agree with Lewis Hall right back. Come on, man. It's predictable as well because he is quite one-footed, so he's going to be cutting in. It's easy to read, Yeah. What do you think,
I think going forward, you're not gonna get half as much as what you would normally get from Lewis Hall, from an attacking sense. So you're losing that, and also you're losing potentially how's he going to cope defensively. It might be a bit strange for him, maybe trying to defend from that side as well. So defensively, you might lose a bit. Also,
yeah,
I just wouldn't do it,
Yeah. Well, Chris Wood is on the bench for Forest. They've got Owen Ayew, and Jesus. So those two are two strong strikers, two tanks, and so they're playing two up top, and one of them, if it is Hall at full back, they'll certainly try and peel off him. But also, I think when Hall's defending as well, I think it's an interesting one because if you're an attacker, and you're facing up Lewis Hall, maybe do you want to go on the outside? It encourages you maybe to go on the outside because you're going down his weak foot. Then,
Do you think it'll be Hall at right back? I mean, if Keith Downey's reporting that, that tells me that it may well be. But do you not
Yeah,
think?
exactly. I think the obvious choice is either the 4-4-2 with Chow right back or the wing backs with Murphy as a wing back and Hall as a wing back. I think those two
That,
options make
that was
much more sense.
my first instinct was that lineup screams wing backs,
Yeah.
which I'd be okay with. I'd be interested to see how that would pan out because
Mm.
it could be quite an attacking formation, and we've got round pegs and round holes. Sort of, we haven't got any square pegs and round holes. So, like, that would be really good to see. And I think this other setup that we're talking about with Hall at right back, it's round pegs and square holes. So
Yeah.
yeah, I'm just hoping that my first instinct was right and that it's wing backs, or at least maybe 4-4-2 again, with Chow at right back.
Mm.
Yeah,
Yeah.
and like you say, the two up front is I guess that's the biggie because you've got that threat going forwards, that old school threat that we've cried out for. I think football fans in general are wanting to see more of that these days as well, just with a lot of teams. So that is the biggie. But yeah, Lewis Hall at right back is a strange one, and it'll be dead interesting to see if that is actually the case.
Yeah.
Come kickoff.
Yeah. I think the fact that he's done it in some games at the end maybe indicates that it could be true. Like you say, if Keith Downing's reporting it as well. I just want to, before we finish for today, I want to put up a few pictures here that have been released that will interest everyone, and it's to do with what the lads will be wearing next season. And it's not the best picture, so having to zoom in a little bit here, but see if you can make it out. But apparently, this is our kit for next season, and it's a new twist on the black and white stripes. And I'm just zooming in there, so I'm gonna go down. Yeah, there it is. So, and you've got the Adidas shoulders as well. I'll just zoom in at that. Yeah. So what do you think of that, Peter?
Oh, I think they've went a bit too far there. Aye, I'll see it. I'll see it in the flesh, so to speak. See what I think then.
Mm.
But my first, I seen other previews of that a
Yeah,
few
and
months
that's not
ago.
official, by the way. Like Claggy says, it's not official. It's
No.
leaks, but I think it's probably accurate. But yeah, it's not official.
Mm. I'm not too keen. First impression. I mean, I'd seen other pictures of it 3 months ago. I haven't seen that picture before. It'll be interesting to see the shortened socks. Maybe they can complement the design,
Mm.
and make it like more complete, like a nice kit overall. But
Black socks or white socks?
I've got a soft spot for the white socks personally. So maybe the hoops, like they went for like hoops a few times down the years. So it seems a bit wacky that shirt, though. I have to admit, like a bit
Well, hoops would go
extreme.
with that. Aye, if you have like hoop
Hoops
socks.
might complement it.
Aye.
Yeah.
And
What do you reckon?
because I seen pictures months ago, leaked pictures of that. Not the same pictures, but it was the exact same design. Yeah, my initial thoughts were like, nah, it's too far that. It's too far. I don't mind something different, but it is too many pinstripes there. Maybe take a few away and just have it a bit more cleaner with a few pinstripes. But I thought it was OTT. I mean, when I see those pictures there, right, I think it looks quite nice in a way. It's
It looks better in that picture than it did in the other previews
aye,
that I've
aye,
seen. You know what? I think maybe the players version, maybe that's gonna come across as a bit more pleasing on the eye than the fan version,
Mm.
because there's quite a few differences these days when they do that. Those two different versions.
Yeah.
It's in your face, isn't it?
Mm.
So yeah, soft spot for White Sox. Yep. When it comes to the Toon kit, I think the 99 2000 kit for me personally is my favorite kit. But I'm not going to wear them with sandals, so I'll rule that out.
And Dean says, why is Seller on there? Yeah, because the Seller contract expires. So I think by all accounts it will be a new sponsor. I think that picture just got it on there as like a placeholder. But I think it will be a new sponsor. So see how it looks with that. Yeah, and Black and White Stripes is Toon now else as first team strip. Yeah. Yeah.
It just looks a bit garish, I think, unfortunately. But we'll see what the full kit looks like, I guess, when that comes out.
I don't mind the blue. I think it looks quite good. But that's what the lads will be wearing next season. Whether the lads this season will be having the chance to wear that kit, we will see. And we've got the game coming up against Forest. And to guide you through the game today, we have Gary and Michael. How are you doing, lads?
All right, lads.
Well, good afternoon. It's an interesting lineup, this one, I must admit. And I'll tell you something now. I was listening to you boys trying to work it out, and it looks like you two would be great on FOTMob or SofaScore, because both of them are struggling too. On SofaScore, we've got Dan Berners right back. It's criminal to think about what the potential outcome can be. I think the one thing that comes to mind, guys, listening to again, we know Eddie Howe likes to tinker a little bit. To me, the way Forest are going to line up because of all their injuries, he's probably going to go three at the back. And they're going to utilise Nico Williams more towards the midfield on that right-hand side. He's a dangerous wing-back for me. He's the ideal full-back stroke wing-back. So if they go with Jar, Milenkovic and Morato at the back, which seems to be the way forward, I think Williams and Nets will be the ones that play the width for Forest. As Eddie Howe bought a or consider a formation that counteracts, nullifies their strengths, and obviously playing three across the middle. I think this is going to be a 5-3-2. And when I say a 5-3-2, it's going to be a fluid 5-3-2. I think it's going to be more of a 3-5-2. And what they're going to try and do is encapsulate that midfield, close it down. That nullifies the likes of Nico Williams getting forward. It nullifies Nets getting forward. It takes the pressure off our fullbacks, whatever they are, if you like, because of the bodies in midfield. They will have to lose either Bakwa or Jesus, which could play just beyond Iwanyi, who I believe potentially could be up top. So I think this setup is going to be more of a nullify the strength and see what we can create individually going forward. It's great to think that with this 3-5-2, we are going to play. It'll probably look more like a 4-4-1-1 at times, as we've seen before, because I think this is where sometimes we get stuck in numbers with Eddie Howe's formation, because it's never a standard style. It's a fluidity within the system. So for me, there has been some great comments. There was a lovely interview that was put out by Eddie Howe. I don't know whether you guys have listened to it, but he was talking about tinkering the system to include Voltamada. So this comes two ways for me. He's either feeling the pressure because of what he's paid out and the lad's unhappy, and he's got to try and include him in these next three games to get that product. And he's going to have to look at this now and say, can I have this player, who we all know is gifted, but is he going to take me forward next season? So I think what we've got now is a shot window availability of whether he's a Newcastle player next season or whether Eddie Howe can actually get something for him going forward.
Yeah. If we hadn't have seen much or any of Wissa or Voltamada in these last 3 games, coming up, then that wouldn't have been good for anyone. It wouldn't have been good for Eddie, for Voltemada. Hopefully we'll see a bit of Wissa as well. So yeah, I'm pleased he's in there. And I think it's just going to benefit everyone going forwards with, again, one eye on next season as well. What do you reckon, Michael, of that lineup?
Yeah, I tell you what, it's been a while since I have felt good about a Newcastle match, but I feel absolutely great going into the day. And not just because the opposition got battered 4-0 in midweek. Newcastle United, something completely different. We don't know if it's going to be a 5 at the back, a 4-3-3 with Lewis Hall at right back. It's probably worst case scenario in my opinion. Or 2 up top, or the 4-4-1-1 that we saw against Brighton as well. But either way, it's got me feeling excited because there's something a little bit fresh. Would I prefer to have Dan Burn not at left back? Absolutely. Lewis Hall maybe at right back. If that ends up happening, fair enough. Jacob Murphy right wing. To be honest, linked up pretty well with Asula at times when they played that 4-4-1-1. So for me, there's things to be excited about. Voltemada last week, we were saying that Willock role. Would Voltemada do a good job there? Well, maybe about to find out. But on paper, it's a squad I'm looking at and going, you know what, there's only 3 changes I'd like to make, and I'd probably, well, maybe 4, that I'd be happy with seeing next season. And that's the first time I've been able to say that for a little while. So I'm looking at this game. I know Forest are going to be a little bit downhearted after midweek. Probably got something they feel like they've got to prove. But the Newcastle side we're seeing at the moment, Eddie's made changes. They have worked the last couple of games, so we've looked decent. Looked good against decent against Arsenal. Looked good against Brighton, in my opinion. Another good performance today, I reckon.
Yeah, I actually fancy us today. And I was saying earlier in the show, I think now the fixtures are coming along at a good time. I looked at these fixtures earlier, and I feared the worst playing teams at this time and what they had to play for. But yeah, I think it's now actually the things are falling for us now, and who knows what'll happen, but I do fancy us to get 3 points. And it's just crazy the way football works out. And it's typical, really, in one way. You know, we should have expected this because it was all doom and gloom. And it's not to say that everything's all, like I say, rosy in the garden.
Exactly.
But the fact that you can now go into the last 2 games potentially, you know, in the top half and with an eye on a European spot is just mental when you consider how depressing it was just a few weeks ago.
Yeah, absolutely. And I will say, all I'm saying is Murphy played okay. I'm not saying he's played excellent. For those in the
that's
chat
you
box.
saying he's the best player in the world, Mike, if you're saying that.
Yeah, to be fair, I think I gave him a 6 or a 7 on the player ratings, which for Murphy is like Messi's 12 out of 10. But yeah, for me, I'm looking at this squad at the moment, and look, a few of these players, as you were saying, might not be wearing the new potentially leaked kit next season. And to be honest, some of them, based off performances this season, you could argue maybe they don't deserve to. But end of the season, there's very little pressure on Newcastle. Changes are being made to try and push us forward, see what we're going to do next season. These next few games are an insight to what we might see next season, and we don't have to wait until July in friendlies against the K-League 11 to see it. So I'm quite happy about that. And to be honest, the only thing that slightly worries me, and if it is a 4-3-3, is Lewis Hall on that right-hand side, because we know how good he is on the left. I don't think he's as adaptable as what Tino is, because we say Tino's probably better on the left than he is on that right-hand side. But the way Hall advances with Jacob Murphy and Bruno Guimaraes on that side, it's not exactly lightning quick. So I'd be a little bit worried about him on that side, just because of, you know, who he's alongside in particular. Pope and over Ramsdale, it's 50-50, isn't it? Let's be honest. When you've got 2 goalkeepers that half the fan base don't really like either or of, you're never really going to win. Pope's probably more mistake prone. Ramsdale doesn't quite make the saves that you'd expect him to at times. So let's be honest, everyone's going to be a little bit downhearted about that. But looking at that squad, looking at that team, looking at that bench, looking at Forest, I think we'll be okay.
I think you know, when you look at this potential 4-3-3 that has also been brought out, as you guys were saying, you know, there is a little bit of credit that goes behind it because of the person who's leaked it, if you like. But when you look at the squad, and again, for me, the 4-3-3, you've got two areas of concern straight away. Lewis all right back, as you guys quite rightly said. Is he going to be the one that gets forward and gives us that supply and that support coming in with his wrong foot? Not really seen much of him utilising. We've seen, listen, mindset changes when you play on your wrong foot because you try and dominate the inside space rather than the outside space. So is this a tactical setup for Eddie Howe again to utilise the Lewis Hall's motivation, if you like, to get forward into those inside half spaces to create those overloads on weaker areas? It could do. My other concerns for a 4-3-3 is you're going to get a Sula as a left winger. That don't sit nice for me. It doesn't sit nice when I look at what Asula has been isolated on that left-hand side far too many times for me. The lad has got 2 feet, and I love that. But has he got 2 feet and that technical mindset to utilise it in that left space? I have yet to see it. I've seen it on the right-hand side, and that's where I'd like to see him start, if I'm honest with you. But for me, there's a reason why Anthony Gordon isn't in this side, and it's got nothing to do with fitness, I'm telling you now. It's financial. They know they're going to get a decent wedge for him at the end of the season, and they are protecting him. Now, that could, in that one breath that I've just said there, that sentence, could stop us going forward and potentially getting European competition. But to be honest with you, the way I look at this side now, with all its permutations, I was excited when Michael come on board and said, hey, this is probably a great side. But now I've had a tweak of the system and looked what this could be regarding this 4-3-3. I have my doubts.
Yeah, if it's a 4-3-3, it's worst case scenario in that for me, I will say. I think it'll be more like the 4-4-1-1, or me with Voltamada just sitting a little bit deeper than Asula, Murphy right mid, Joe Linton left mid, or even the 5 at the back with Byrne, Botman and Chow as the 3. Lewis Hall and Jacob Murphy is more advanced right wing backs, and then basically just saying to Voltamar and Asula, look, just one of you try and get him behind, one of you play the link up man, and just make sure you stay close to each other. With J7 potentially playing a little bit more advanced to get the space on that left hand side as well. What do you like?
Josh has got us down for a bit of a cheating. He's got 4-4-3. I like it. We've got a chance if that's the case. I mean, listen, it's like I said, with Eddie Howe's fluidity, this could change dramatically throughout the game. You know, you're going to see overloads in certain pockets of space. You're going to see, players dropping a little bit deeper to try and cover what they do. I think for me, the one thing that we must do is nullify the midfield. We've got to get on top of the metronome, if you like, which is Anderson. He's obviously been their star player. He's missing the players, for me, that, work off him really well. The one thing I'm going to say, we've got to be careful of Nottingham Forest. I mean, remember, they made 8 changes against Chelsea, right? And still got a result. They still played with that unity, that togetherness, if you like. So this isn't a side that I believe Newcastle have just got to turn up and the game's theirs. There's got to be a lot of work to go on. There's got to be that tactical nuance that beats them in certain areas. And that's why for me, I think there's a lot of chance where you're going to see this 3 tight in midfield, and then obviously they're going to work the channels. But I just think sometimes, when you've got players on the bench like we have at the moment that can win games because of individual bits and pieces. We're not the best side at the moment. When you look at that confidence, we're not there. All of a sudden we've won one game and everybody's talking about Europe. I think the lads have just got to go and do what they have to do, and that's get the game. Not even worry about what's happening, about European competition, because we are now reliant on other teams getting the result against them for us to even concentrate on Europe. So, like I said, that pressure needs to be out the window in the dressing room. What we have to concentrate on is getting what's right for us, getting the job done, getting that confidence back and the lads to go away after these next 3 games to reset the focus, and then Eddie Howe and the lads need to set up for next season. If we get anything as a bonus from these next 3 games, then the lads can hold the hand up and say, you know what, it may have been a poor season, but we've got something for that little bit of work that we've done towards the end of it. But I think that pressure needs to be gone. We shouldn't be focusing on European competition. That, to me, is, like I say, out of our hands now. It's reliant on other teams getting results.
And personal pride should come into play as well, shouldn't it? You look at the league.
Absolutely.
Yeah, and the players should look at that and think we need to kind of set some wrongs right. And yeah, no, I agree. I think Europe would be a bonus. I think there's a difference between finishing, say, like 16th and 15th compared to like 10th or 9th. Now, I'm not saying 10th or 9th is brilliant and it's all great and rosy in the garden. That's not what I'm saying. But what I'm saying is that just finishing on a bit more of a positive note, I think will help in terms of going into the summer. If you finish 16th and you go to next season, and that was your finish from last season, then straight away I think there will be kind of worries about relegation. And that might sound over the top, but I just think it's just the way it is. I think with you look at Eddie's last season at Bournemouth, it's a fair, it's a fair point. It's a genuine sort of worry I think people would have.
Momentum.
In terms of that momentum, it's massive in football. So if we can just finish the season where we're more comfortable, we're kind of mid-table, like you say, Gary, as a bonus, we might even sneak Europe. Then that would help recruit players as well. Surely, you would think that would also help in the transfer market. Looking at that league table,
it's been interesting because, like I say, there's been again, we talk about what's happening with the likes of Ryan, and there's been obviously a little bit of conversation that's come out about Ryan this morning, and to me, it shows you how difficult it is at times. I mean, Mark Douglas has been reporting that the information that he had regarding players coming in, Newcastle did make an approach in January and were pushing for Ryan to wait until the summer when they had more financial headroom. Bournemouth could offer him a move now. First team football before a World Cup. Sometimes there isn't a lot you can do, but he's absolutely the sort of player we have to go for in the summer. So, what happened with Ryan in January was the fact that Newcastle wanted him. They approached him and said, "Listen, wait till the summer, and we'll come in for you, and we'll get you involved." He wanted football straight away because of World Cup, and he decided to go to Bournemouth, not wait. And that's what I said. Sometimes, we can all critique, we can all criticise, and we can all show a little bit of desire to get these players in. The problem is, it's like I said, you're literally what you want as a fan compared to reality is totally different. And I think that is why, when I look at where Eddie Howe is situated now with this side, you're absolutely right, Peter. It's the fact that if we can get a result over these next few games, it unbalances that negativity, and that's what you've got to understand. There's far too many comparisons to Eddie Howe's Bournemouth days that's happened this season, and that's where the scales have swung a little bit compared to where it was this time last season, finishing Champions League and everything else. There was very few voiced their opinion regarding where Eddie Howe should be, a Newcastle coach or gone. And that's what I said, the comparison now for a poor season, losing star players, losing people in the background, it's transitional. You've got to start, you're building your blocks again. So from 4 years ago to now, you're virtually started afresh. You've got a complete new board in the background. You're going to have new academy boys. You're going to have new loan manager coming forward, which is probably the best news we've heard for a very long time. So you can see what has been going on behind the scenes to get Newcastle on an even platform to move this club into that next venture. And that's what I said. What we see as fans is just what's developing on the football field. What the coach sees is everything else happening around him, and he still has to work with the here and now. So, sometimes we have to listen to balance. We have to listen to, and there's always going to be people that say, "Oh, that you're just making excuses for Eddie Howe." I'm not. I am totally not making excuses for any of the results and the poor form that's happened. You've just got to look at it from a more balanced perspective. The only thing I'm going to say to you guys, when something happens where managers make decisions, the only place failure shows is on the shop floor. It doesn't show anywhere else. When you make decisions in the boardroom, in all industries, the only place it shows where you've failed or succeeded is on the output of the shop floor. And that's exactly the same in football. If you've got a balanced back room and it sweeps all the way through to the boardroom, to the footballers, everybody has a positive aspect. And you go back and have a look at all of the teams that have had problems in the Premier League. Manchester United, Spurs. Have a look at what's developed from behind the scenes rather than what you just see on the football field. And there's a problem in the back room. And like I say, what you're seeing is that problem developing on the grass as well.
Yeah, 100%. It's the same with Chelsea as well. You see
how
they were under Abramovich compared to how they've been with Bahili in charge. I think that the worst managers over the last 30 years have all been Bahili. And I think that tells you everything. I mean, hiring Liam Rossini was the stupidest thing I've ever seen.
Absolutely.
I've endured this season with Newcastle, so that tells you everything. But yeah, you're 100% right, and get the boardroom right, see how it goes from there.
Yeah, exactly. But like I say, it's going to be interesting. Yeah, they are. That's what I said. It was always going to be a transitional season. I said it literally in pre-season. Because there was far too many elements going wrong in the background. I say wrong. There was far too much information out there that didn't suit the narrative for me on success. Changes of this, changes of that. Nobody likes change. And I don't care who you are or how good you are as a coach or anything else. Nobody likes change because you don't get that balance. You don't get that continuity because somebody else comes in with a different mentality, a different approach, and straight away you're shuffling the cards again. You're shuffling the pack. So it's the same old, I keep going back to that narrative of being involved in football years and years ago. Football has changed massively from when I was coaching these guys. And I look back now and I think, could I actually coach at this level now? No, I couldn't. Not at all. Because the game is athletes now. The technical side of football is a minority these days. What the football game is now is runners, it's speed. It's about having a combination of two. And we've all said what we want is a little maverick back at the club just to give a little bit more excitement. I don't think you'll ever see that under the helm of Eddie Howe. I just think it's more the fact that he wants athletes with that technical ability to try and press and get us out the field. I mean, I must admit, since we played PSG and we nullified their defensive ability, I've been watching PSG against every other side, and they look absolutely amazing at the minute. And when you look at what they've got at that club, and maybe they didn't show up against Newcastle, or is it the fact that Eddie Howe just outmanaged them at that point? I don't know. There's no answer to it because everybody else they've taken off the floor.
Maybe PSG is the template that Eddie Howe looks at. And
yeah, absolutely.
I think just to go back to your point about Ryan, which is an interesting one because, like you say, we've all looked at Ryan and we've all said that was one we missed the boat with. And on the one hand, I would maybe think, well, 25 million, could we really not afford that then? We were that strapped for cash then? Maybe we were. But it is positive that as long as Eddie Howe was definitely wanting him, and if financially it was viable, then he would have given the green light if that is the case, then that does give a bit more hope for the summer, so that we go into the summer, like you say, targeting those profiles of players, and Eddie Howe is on board with that. That's so fingers crossed we do see that sort of activity in the summer. Obviously, combined with other types of players as well. It's a balance, but yeah, we will see.
Wazza's in there. Look, here we go. It's the Michael haircut day. Michael Batts, where did you get that haircut, matey? Thank you, Wazza. Probably the same counsel as me, mate, to be fair.
I love a Turkish.
Absolutely, mate. Yeah, I love a Turkish, but mine's more of the delight. I always say you two can have a body like mine if you abuse it. I mean, listen, it's like I said, when you look at what you've just said there, we don't get all the information as it happens. We heard through the grapevine that there was a potential player that could come in January, and they were happy to obviously go out there and have a look. But again, we don't know what the ceiling was. We often have the mighty wins, spreadsheets that give us millions of pounds to go and spend. But I do think even today, it's a bit tighter than what we think. And that's what I said. I think it's good. It is positive to think that we went out there and asked the question to say, listen, we want you. We want you as a player. You're the type of player we're looking for, but we can't spend that money now. And even though you say it's 25 million, if you're already breaching the ceiling, you know what I mean? 25 million, it sounds nothing. But when you haven't got it in the pocket, it's a lot. And that's what I said, we all say, it's only 100 quid. But if you haven't got 100 quid in the bank spare, it's still a lot of money to go and throw at. And it was a gamble, if you think about it. Nobody knew how Ryan was going to come into the Premier League and hit the ground running the way he has. And that has been, for me, but I think one of the biggest frustrations. You see the likes of Minte hitting the ground running, Elliot Anderson going to another club and being a star. We have never seen any of this at Newcastle United. And I think for me, there's far too many negatives this season away from Newcastle that have been part of Newcastle. That's added to the fuel and the fire that we've heard and listened to all season.
Yeah, you mentioned just quickly as well, Minte doing his thing. I mean, he didn't last week, but overall he's been really good for Brighton. And you look at Newcastle and we've got Elanga. And yeah, you just think, wow, that's like chalk and cheese, isn't it? And to think Minte was our player.
So here, just some breaking news, boys. Graham Ball has posted on X. The rumour is that Hall is playing right back, as Trippier starting would trigger bonus payments. Okay? So let's see. So there you go.
About Trippier.
The reasons why he's not being involved is the fact that he gets more cash if he triggers certain appearances. And again, I've only just seen that, to be fair. Thanks, Connor, for throwing that forward, buddy. And again, this is why I keep saying this season has been, for me, more financial than it has been football on the field of play. And as a fan, do I feel as though I've been cheated out of football? Then yeah, I do. Because I'm here to get entertained. I'm here to, be entertained. That's what we pay good money for as fans. That's why we buy all the merch. You know what I mean? We support the Toon through thick and thin. But I want some entertainment. I don't want to see dross football. I think finances has been a massive input this season.
Yeah, completely agree. Let's be honest. I think the amount we got from Isak, we originally wanted that 150, didn't we? And ended up being nowhere near that. And that's not the reason why, because we didn't get the extra 30 million, but it's because we've been so restrained in the past. We've had, 5 windows where we've not brought players in, maybe 4. But you're looking at those windows and going, if we could have just got 1 or 2 more players in that window. And then you look at the money, obviously, we spent in the summer. Let's be honest, nobody is happy with the valuations that we paid for them. But clearly, desperation was there, and we paid those values because we didn't think there was an alternative. There always is, but maybe there just wasn't one that they thought was good enough. We'll come to see in a few years whether or not these players do tend to come good. I certainly hope they do. There's potential there with Ramsey. We know Chow has been a great signing. 80 million valuations now on his head, apparently. bit steep
Yeah,
for me. But
Liverpool
I'll take
sniffing. I mean, it shows what a value you've had when you've got, Liverpool who are looking to obviously, again, refresh some of their bodies because of age and things like that. They're looking at Malik Chow as the next big boy to fill some big shoes, to be fair, at the back. Van Dijk being that man. So
Botman
it's
as
like-
well was linked, wasn't he, a few years ago, last year?
well, Botman,
This season.
I think the injuries have scared
Yeah.
them away from Botman. Yeah, I'll be honest with you. I think, the rumour from it was the fact that they were willing to trigger the Botman push until the injuries, the reoccurring injuries. So I think he needs a season to stay out of the garage, as Wynne calls him, the Rolls Royce, and for him to be, I suppose, this season, I think Newcastle are going to be the shop window rather than the shoppers. I think there's going to be a lot of clubs coming for some of our star players, and it's where the Newcastle head honcho have got the ability to keep the Wolves at bay.
Maybe Bruno can help with that. I don't know if Bruno's the one who's going to plant his flag down and say, "I'm not leaving." I'm going to be hanging around for at least another year, and he can try and kind of rally his teammates who, to try and get them to stay as well. The good ones, that is. I'm not talking about Anthony Gordon. We need to get shot, but maybe the likes of Lewis Hall and Malik Chow. I'm thinking players like that. Give us another year at least.
Just if Hall is at right back, I'd be concerned. Sorry, man.
Yeah. Sorry, Michael. Just I think today, before I shoot off, I always say this when we play away from home, but I just hope, let's make Forest, if they're going to score, make them work for us. Yeah. We're the away team and we're going to go there. And I think let's at least be a bit dogged and defiant, because I think too often away from home, we've parted the sea. To be fair, I think Arsenal will give a better account of ourselves away from home 2 weeks ago. But let's rock up there and be tough to play against first and foremost, and then we're going to let the football do the talking when we get the ball. But we'll see.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah. Well, I'll shoot
That'll
off.
be an
Lads.
interesting one. Yeah, thank you ever so much, guys. It's like I say, it's been lovely listening to you and the build-up again. Like I say, it's always lovely to listen to you too. Talk a little bit of sense, if I'm honest with you, about what potential could happen and stuff. And like I say, it's always refreshing to come on board after you guys, because it's an easy progression from here on in. All we need to see now is progression on the field of play, and we'll be good.
Cheers, guys. Cheers, Michael.
Take
Cheers,
care,
Michael.
boys.
Cheers,
Have a lovely afternoon. Take
You
care.
as well. Cheers.
Take care, lads.
There you go. The boys have gone. It is just me and Michael now going all the way through, and we will be doing the post-match analysis as well. I'm not sure whether we've got a... Are we staying on here, Michael, to do the post-match analysis, or are we going to go elsewhere? Do we know? I'll have to have a look in a minute, see if there's anything
I'll take a look at the memory and just double check. But
Yeah.
I'll do that in the background. No worries.
Yeah, good lad. Like I say, there is so much still to happen this season so far, even though we are right down to the final hurdle, if you like. But like I say, I think the best result Newcastle could have hoped for happened midweek, mate. I think that could have knocked a little bit of the stuffing out of the Nottingham Forest resilience. And like I say, they are losing players left, right and centre as well. And I think, again, this does back up the Bunce attitude when it comes to rotation of players, not playing full steam week in, week out, 3 games in 8 days. It takes a hell of a burden out of the team.
Yeah, 100%. Let's be honest. We look at this 3 days a week, and this is the issue a lot of people have said this season. Adapting to be a team that can play multiple times a week. And we're not going to see next season or in the next few games whether or not we can do that, unfortunately. Even if we got to the final of the League Cup and the FA Cup next season, you still wouldn't have that same kind of sort of demand on you for playing these games. So it's going to take a while before we can see whether or not Newcastle can actually adapt to do that. But what we do need to see from Newcastle now is what we saw a few seasons ago, where that sort of 1 game a week mentality of, right, let's get so structured in our planning, which we know Eddie Howe loves to do, And let's find out where the cracks are in this team, because teams have done that so many times to us this season. You can see them just abusing the same kind of pass in behind certain players or passing around certain players to create a little bit of space every single time. And they do it really, really well against us. But Newcastle used to be the team that were absolutely brilliant at picking one fault a team had and just taking it out, using the dog arts at times to sort of get inside their heads and cause some issues. We've seen a few times this season. Newcastle lost our heads a little bit in games, and players not tracking because of it in the end. And there's many, many reasons why certain games have gone against us. But in these final few games, the pressure's off. We can see if Newcastle can get back to that run of form. And I think it's massively important for Newcastle next season that they do go on a little bit of a run at the end here, because let's say we lose the game against Forest today. West Ham, we do them a favour, and then it goes into Fulham final day. Even if we win, nothing to play for by either team. So you can't really judge it. I remember beating them 4-0. When John Joe Shelby had a masterclass, and people loved it on the day, but after that, no one really didn't really matter. So for me, building this momentum is massive for the team next season. We won't feel it too much as fans, but just keeping that sort of ideology of, look, we weren't far off, and we were absolutely terrible last season. One game a week. Let's see what we can do, and I'm feeling positive for the first time in a while, because I'm starting to see things a little bit differently, starting to see changes. Again, the 4-3-3 with Lewis Hall at right back is concerning, if that is the case. But I'm still holding on to hope that it's going to be more like we saw last week, or a 5 at the back with Jacob Murphy playing a right wing back.
Yeah, I think this, to be fair, mate, I think this could be a double-edged sword. Like I said, we are... I mean, there's been... I'm going to go back to it, if I may. Dan Byrne has come out and made a statement, if you like. And again, you're talking about leaders, that Geordie passion, if you like, and I think that is where some people away from the area often don't understand the local, the localism aspect of football, where you get that extra 5% bounce, you get that leadership mentality. Byrne, ahead of the game today, said, "I have learned over my career not to listen to the noise. Everybody's going to talk regardless of what happens. We have been on an upward trajectory." That's easy for me to say. So it does feel like a little bit of a dip. I think it's more than a little bit of a dip, my friend. Now we are looking to finish the season strongly. We know the quality is there. Now it's time for the lads to back up those words where it matters most, on the grass. Let's see the fight, that hunger, and a massive push to close out the campaign on a high. I think, again, words are cheap. And I think, like I said, I don't think this has been a whole team failure. I think it's been an individual failure. You've just mentioned there that, the main problem for me has been the leaky goals, but the biggest problem for Newcastle has been the scoring goals. The XG for me has been, the creation as at times, top of the league in certain aspects of the game, crosses and stuff like that. We just haven't had that quality in front of goal. And I think what that adds then is pressure in the midfield when you're closing the game down to finish strongly. And again, people are always going to go back to those losing points in winning positions. And it's because the mentality changed. The aspect of the game changed. We've seen those two teams turn up in the same game. The first 45 minutes, the second 45 minutes, totally different mentality, totally different production on the field of play. It's more of a case of, well, we've got the lead now, we've won it. Newcastle, when they go back into that and they lose that 5% on the field of play, across the field of play, we look like an open tap at the best of times. The best 100%. Mentality is to push on, and get that leading result. Not one goal, not 2 goals. Sometimes Newcastle, when they relax, need 3 goals because we're not brilliant defensively. And I think that has been the problem. I think when even with 2 goals against Brighton, when they got that goal back, you saw the jitters. I mean, me and you, I was on the edge of my seat because you mentioned during that period of play, it looked like there was only going to be one team scores next. And then obviously Elliot, we got the Harvey Barnes goal in the 90+ minutes, just relax everybody down. And I think, the result to me outweighed the actual game itself, because like I say, there was times where Brighton were so much the better side, controlling the ball. You saw it with possession. It was just that Newcastle on the day, which is what we haven't seen a lot this season, were more clinical in front of goal.
Yeah, absolutely. Let's be honest. Newcastle haven't been the most clinical side this season, but the issue has been in a lot of these games, Newcastle just making individual errors at the back. I mean, I remember seeing a graph from The Athletic not that long ago. Only Tottenham had made more individual errors leading to shots on goal than Newcastle. And let's be honest, when Tottenham are the only team above you in a graph, it's not a good thing at present. But you're looking at, I remember seeing Leeds were towards the bottom with 14. It might have been goals. It would have been shots. 14 errors leading to shots. Newcastle were in the 30s. And that just tells you everything there. Leeds, very sort of structured sort of side, what you'd maybe consider Eddie Howe's teams used to be, not making those individual mistakes. And they haven't got better players than us. We've got the better players. There's something there. Maybe it's the mentality side of the game, which seems more likely, in my opinion, that leads to these errors. Maybe the pressure they're on, or maybe it's just the sort of when they do make a mistake, no one's expecting it there, and there's not anyone there to back them up. They obviously play a little bit deeper than what we do normally, but you're completely right. When Newcastle get that first goal, where's the mentality that we had? I hate to mention Sheffield United, that game, because it's a one-off 100%, but we saw it numerous times this season. Brentford, we've seen it against numerous times over the years where Newcastle have just took the lead, got the ascendancy and gone, right, let's make this an easier second half by just getting a second or a third. And it seems the confidence is completely gone in their ability to do that. Maybe that's part and parcel of Isak leaving, but I don't want to blame that for another issue.
No, again, you have to think about what's being said. And again, it's that motivational speeches and things like that about keeping the game tight. And again, if you're going to go to more of a defensive mechanism within the side, and again, we've listened to Eddie Howe come out and say he doesn't approach the game in that mentality. Sometimes it happens naturally because the boys want to break and they want a breather because they've pressed so high. But somebody is creating this defensive mindset somewhere along the lines. And again, is it the fact that we've got to keep something in the locker for the next game coming, which is three days away? I think that has been the biggest thing for me. It's been more the fact that, like I say, the amount of games in 8 days is always going to be the crippler. We just haven't got the quality in depth, unfortunately. Now, for me, the one thing that you could always go for, you've had Asula virtually available for a majority of the season. We've seen what he can do when he works high off the field. And you know what? The other day against Brighton, and bless him, the mighty win, noticed it more than I did. There was... where's that music coming from? Can you hear music? Oh, you can't hear music. Oh, it's me.
No.
I've got music going on for me. Something's just gone on in the background like an advert, and I've got this music playing in me. And I'm thinking, oh, that's quite serene. It's like
soothing.
It's settling me down before I get too excited in the match. And for me, what Eddie Howe should have done in those moments, if he's seeing this natural drop off in games, change the style. Go and get somebody up top where you've got teams pressing you, leaving literally 2v1 at the back. And like I say, Win noticed Asula during our set pieces, as in against us, so where the opposition are attacking. The first time I ever saw our forward line stay high up the field of play. So Eddie Howe has changed it. You know what I mean? He got Asula to go and stand in the centre circle and leave a couple of the Brighton players deep, rather than getting them overloading with that extra body. So again, it has the mindset has shifted, but it's unfortunately probably a little bit too late for us to see anything from that.
Yeah, 100%. And I know a lot of people will say it's too little too late, and I can completely understand that. But for me, the decision has been made to keep him next season by the sounds of things. fair enough. Starting to see it. At least we know we're going to see something similar next season. You know, when we were watching in pre-season and we were seeing Newcastle play 5 at the back, and then we didn't see it last season for a long time. And then that Arsenal game, we just popped up with that 5 at the back, beat them 2-0. And you were thinking, that's what pre-season does. You were practicing the 5 at the back in pre-season, and you whipped it out in this game where it's so important, and you've got the win because of it. And I'm sitting there thinking, oh, he's a genius. And obviously, for me, I just want to see us do that a little bit more. I do hope it's back to the 4-4-1-1 or something similar, as I've said, just because it's something a little bit different, and it shows that things are actually have a chance of changing and pushing forward, particularly one game a week. If he's got numerous formations that he knows he can choose from, with how meticulous he seems to be on the training ground, it can only be a positive.
Yeah, exactly. And I think, you know, like I said, for me as well now, what Eddie has to look at is, he knows the boys that are leaving. That I think that is already, especially the ones coming to the end of these contracts, they're going to disappear. But he also, Eddie Howe now needs to look at these final 3 games and say, what players are going to take us forward? You know, rather than the tried and trusted, you know, the ones that have got them out of relegation type zones, pushing for Champions League spots and things like that. This now, for me, I think there's been lots of, you know, shots fired across the bow, if you like, from, you know, these meetings and things like that. The opportunity now is with Eddie Howe to move players on that aren't the future, get new players in that can be the future, and transition back
100%.
to where we should be. And I think, like I say, this last 3 games for me are Eddie Howe's future as well at Newcastle.
Yeah, 100%. And it'll be really interesting to see how we turn up against, because this Nottingham Forest side as well, because let's be honest, we saw last week Nottingham Forest can play good football even when they rotate. The likes of Bakwa, Iwanyi, when they have came in this season, they haven't been great. And I know it was Chelsea, poor opposition at the moment. And you'll look at midweek potentially and think, oh, they're not that good of a side. They got battered by Villa. And that's mainly just because of them losing Gibbs White, asking Dominguez and Anderson to try and use his creativity while adding an extra goal scorer and Chris Wood up front. And Anderson isn't that kind of player. He's like a Ramsey. You have him on your side of the halfway line. And him and Dominguez next to each other that can control the game, play around you. Gibbs White's obviously the main man there. I think he's the top goal scorer for 2026 in the Premier League. So them missing him is a massive, massive thing. We'll see today how much we try and pressure them, because if we let them have the ball and Anderson and Dominguez are playing 5-10 further yards forward, I think there's a real chance that Newcastle can hit them on the break, but you don't really want to play on the break again away to Nottingham Forest. So it's again about sort of picking your ego up, but this Nottingham Forest side, there's a lot of quality in there. We saw against Chelsea, and I've said Chelsea aren't a great side, that they can cause some damage, but you look at the likes of Jay Cunha, Luganets, Bakwa, Iwanyi, they've got, I believe, around 13 starts in the league between them this season.
Between them, yeah.
It's, you know, these aren't players that have been under pressure in the Premier League a lot this season. If Newcastle can put them under pressure, you might just see some issues, but we've seen against other teams this season, players playing for the first time, and we haven't done enough to put them under pressure. Let's see if this Newcastle side can do that.
Yeah, you're right. And like I say, I mean, Ads is thinking there's a glitch because he's seen Hall at right back. Well, that's where he looks like he's been warming up, playing in that right back role. So, like I say, this is going to be a completely different scenario than one that we've been used to. But again, you know, I'm not saying we all questioned when Tino was moved over to left-hand side, if you remember. And, you know, he seems to me as though he's a better left back than he is right back. At times. So maybe we're going to also see this happy transition for Louis Saul at right back. It's going to be an interesting one. But like I say, I think you'll see him more on the inside rather than the outside going round players, because I don't think Louis Saul has got a good right foot, if I'm honest with you. So I don't know what he's going to give you outside. But like I said, what we need is to create those triangles again, which was the way that Newcastle used to get in at and around defences, especially if they have got the three at the back, which is what I'm suspecting Nottingham Forest. It's more about keeping and nullifying what they can do offensively, because like you've mentioned it, these are at home. There's an advantage there. There's also the advantage of players coming in that have to try and hold on to that spot going forward, so they want to impress the manager. You know what I mean? He's been, I suppose, fortunate or unfortunate with him being the fourth manager this season to come in and having to have a look at a whole squad, and he's managed, and again, he's managed to get something happening by luck and fortune, because Pereira was not doing very well when he first went in there until Hudson-Odoi got injured. And then moving Gibbs White out to that left-hand side has created an opportunity to go and play this 4-4-2 or 4-4-1-1, like you say before, with Jesus and whoever, Chris Wood or whoever's playing as the top man, as the target man. But what you get from Gibbs White then is that natural freedom to play. He comes and sits in the hollow, and like you said, he has been absolutely fantastic in that new role. And again, sometimes by just changing it up a little bit can create a spark. And maybe we've seen that again with Newcastle with the Sula up top. It's created a different element, a different aspect, a different approach to the game. And maybe, like I say, with the admittance of their target boy, as we've seen against Aston Villa, they weren't the same team. Maybe it'll be the same today.
Yeah, 100%. Let's be honest. There's a lot of players in both sides that can cause a lot of issues, and we've seen just with J7 how much an injury or a red card can massively impact a team going forward. You almost look at injuries and suspensions when players are moved around and rotated as actually this could be a good thing. And maybe we're gonna see that with Lewis Hall. Livramento's going to be our left back for the next 10 years, and Lewis Hall will be the right back. I will say, seeing Lewis Hall and Bruno closer together is going to be very, very interesting, because for me, they're two of our best players, and those two almost next to each other, Hall overlapping or inverting. Either way is going to be really exciting. The only thing is it could leave you very, very strapped for pace on that left-hand side when they try and get forward with Bakwa. So last week, his pace was causing Chelsea all kinds of problems. It's going to be up to Joe Linton to do what he did last week and help out Dan Burn and Sven Botman on that left-hand side, if it is the 4-3-3 that we're all thinking it will be.
Yeah, you're right. Again, we're going to go through the sides in a second, and like I say, just to have a look at what's out there, if you like. I know a lot of people have already made their minds up. It looks very much like it is going to be this 4-3-3, or at least a 4-3-2-1, perhaps. Again, there's different permutations to this one. If I'm honest. Sky have just had in the background, and he's been talking. There's a couple of sentences that he's made that I suppose I want to share with you. Voltemada in, as it will suit his game. That's the reasons why Voltemada's in again. You take out of that one what you will. Difficult game, but we are fully prepared. And the other little snippet that I've got from it was, need to find our best form to take into next season. And I think there you go. I think that is exactly what we've just been saying. It's all about looking forward now rather than what's happened. You can't change the past. You can only change the future. Exactly. And I think that is where Eddie Howe is now at the minute. Score prediction panel. There you go, from Toon Assassin. Say it. 2-0.
2-0 to the Toon.
Yeah, I've gone 2-1 to the Toon. Like I said, the result for me favoured where we were. And like I say, I think it's going to knock a little bit of stuffing out of Nottingham Forest. But again, we keep talking about playing a team that's been absolutely buoyant going forward. They are like any other team, we've just got to do what we've got to do and turn up. And like I say, we've been so indifferent this season. It's going to be hard to see. Grommy Town saying Dan Burn in for a torrid time today. Well, let's see. Let's wait and see. Anthony Alanga given a nice round of applause by the Hound fans as he takes his place on the bench.
We're going to hear that a lot.
Yeah, absolutely. You're only good enough for the bench. Michael, before we start, I'm just going to nip to the loo, mate, and then we'll crack on.
No worries. Yeah, absolutely no worries. So get your score predictions in the chat as well there. We're seeing Lee in with a 3-1 again, I reckon. Grummatone in 2-1 to the Toon. We're 5 minutes away from kickoff. David Spencer with a 3-1 for Newcastle. And I'm very interested to see how people think Newcastle United are going to play. Is it going to be the 5 at the back? Is it going to be the 4 with Lewis Hall? And are we finally going to see Voltamada in a front 2? And I will say, I know we're very positive. We're fully aware this is a Nottingham Forest side that were on a great run before that. Very disappointing defeat to Aston Villa. They have been in great form. They maybe think they're already safe in the table. Personally, I don't agree. Well, actually, yes, I do agree, to be honest. 3 games left, they're 6 points ahead. So we are going to see a bit of we have seen the weakened side from Forest. It could be that the heads are down. Let's not rely on that. Let's try and get Newcastle in a position where, we're winning because we were good enough and we were the better side. I mean, we saw against Brighton last week. They came out against Wolves, 2 goals in 5 minutes. I know it's Wolves. It's not really that impressive, but Newcastle held them quiet and we thought they weren't very good. And that's what Newcastle were really, really good at a few years back. Just, you look at another team and you think, they're not really that good. And that's from Newcastle nullifying them. Hopefully, that's what we see again today. And hopefully the changes that Forest have made don't have too much. The only people that'll probably be, the only players that will probably have a bit more in the tank will be the ones that didn't play against Forest and against Aston Villa. But realistically, you're looking at, Morato never seems to have any great games that I see. And yes, I'm fully aware he's going to have a 10 out of 10. Now I've said that, but you're looking at sort of the main man in that centre defence, Milenkovic. He's had some really, really tough games against Newcastle. And if we can get him in for 90 minutes, get at him, should I say, for 90 minutes, I think there's a really good chance that Newcastle do something today. Some more chats in there. Paul's DPD saying a back 3 with a 3-5-2. Lee's saying Hall left wing back, also saying a lot about me hair there, buddy. I see you.
Yeah, your hair seems to be more important than the game today, mate, to be fair.
I'm glad it's made such a storm. I'll just keep doing it. I'll let it grow long, and then I'll just cut it again. It seems to impact my mood. I'm in a much better mood now than what I was with the long hair, so I'm going to blame it on that.
I'm the same, mate. I feel lighter all of a sudden, but mine isn't a skin fade as much as yours, because I'm frightened to slam doors these days because my hair was obviously starting to recede rather than grow, if I'm honest with you. Let's have a quick look then before we start. We've got a couple of minutes before the game. This is the Forest lineup. We've got Sells, Williams, Moreta, Anderson, Iwanyi, Dominguez, Jesus, Cunha, Nets, Bakwa, Milenkovic, that's obviously in order. Ortega, Wood, De Silva, Maria, Luca, Hutchison, Yates, McAtee, Whitehall and Sinclair on the bench. And for Newcastle, we have Paul Botman, Joe Linton, Tonali, Cheo Wasula, Murphy, Walter Byrne, Bruno G, Ramsdale, Trippier, Wissa, Gordon, Barnes, Alanga, Willock, A. Murphy and Ramsey on the bench. There you go. So that is it. We are literally on the cusp of starting. We probably should get straight back into it. I don't know where you are, Michael. If you see us kick off, let me know, mate, because I may be just behind you on my end. So I'll try and keep up with you going. Gary going full Bruce Willis next season. Yeah, I mean, mate, I've already been there. I've already done the Bruce Willis stuff with the blade, if I'm honest with you. And I must admit, I did enjoy it. It's just that everywhere I went, people just label you as a biker. You know, I got a beard, I've got a bald head. Like I said, for me in my career, it was quite nice. Like I say, but because you get really hot. And here we go. We are Newcastle underway at the City Ground, kicking out on this right to left hand side. And again, it is Lewis Hall on that right back situation, mate. Like I say, that's how we've set up. Malik Chow has passed it out to Lewis Hall on the right hand side, straight away down the line to Murphy. Again, Murphy just getting a deflection and it's out for a Newcastle throw in, which is taken quickly, thrown in by Hall, back to Malik Chow, across to Botman. Like I say, there is going to be lots of movement for Newcastle in this part. And again, lots of touches. So again, we're going to see where we go. J7 there, just getting 4 bodies around him. It does look like J7 playing more of the left-hand role of Newcastle. So again, interesting setup to start with. Again, but this isn't Eddie Howe's fluidity. You can't always get a grip to what his lineup is going to be, as in tactical lineup. Lewis Hall again collecting that ball. Bruno giving it back to Lewis Hall. Newcastle again looking confident with that ball in front of them. And like I say, trying to keep it away from the red shirts of Nottingham Forest in the early possession side of things. Again, Lewis Hall picking this ball up. Again, just keeping red shirts away from the ball. And it looks like Nottingham Forest at the present moment in time, mate, are happy for Newcastle just to have the ball.
Yeah, and to be honest, we've seen numerous times this season, clubs do tend to like Newcastle having a bit of the ball, just with the idea that we can't break them down. So as I say, let's prove them wrong.
Yeah, exactly. Botman now picking the ball up into Bruno's feet. And again, it's Bruno at the minute, the deepest midfielder. So again, have Newcastle gone to more of a 4-2-3-1? It'll be interesting to see this one, because it does look like Bruno and Tonali are sitting the deepest role. With Will Asula, again, Voltemada just playing in that hollow, if you like, with Murphy and J7 on this left-hand side. So again, that's what it feels like to me, mate, from what I've seen early on.
Yeah, I do agree. And Newcastle got a free kick here at the moment. It'll be interesting to see if Howe's going to have Tonali and Bruno just shepherd Anderson and Dominguez a little bit more, or if he's going to try and have Voltemada a bit more in between the lines. He certainly looks more advanced than the other two to begin with, sitting in between sort of that Bruno role and where Asula is.
Yeah, exactly. Ball now with Malik Chow, who's, like I say, when Hall goes forward, we see this natural 3 at the back with Newcastle. Dan Burn now collecting the ball from Botman on this left-hand side, plays it inside to Bruno. Bruno inside to Tonali. Again, the 2 deepest midfielders at the moment. Again, with the injury to Miley, it's made Eddie Howe change his approach to games going forward, because we are lacking when it comes to fullbacks now. Ball now out with Lewis Hall again, having lots of the ball. Good touch in by Murphy to Voltemada. Voltemada down the line to Murphy again. Murphy into the box. Get to that near post! Oh! Just beating Asula, the ball, and it has come through to where Dan Burney's out the field again, trying to shepherd that ball in that Nottingham Forest deep corner. It's cleared in the end by Nottingham Forest hastily, and again, the ball can't be controlled, and it's a throw into Nottingham Forest. Good play from Newcastle there, mate. Yeah,
good play, but you want a little bit more from Asula in that position. Seemed to just be a second late. The movement's good, but it's just a millisecond too late. Yeah, he delays it. It's a decent cross in by Murphy. Let's hope that's not the only one. And you're also looking at J7 at the back post there. Maybe should get ahead on that, but he's assuming that Asula is going to do it for him.
I think what you got there was 2 players. Like you said, it was just a little bit too late for Asula's reaction, if I'm honest with you. And I think what you got there from J7 was probably being put off by Asula, because he looked half-hearted when he was attempting that ball.
Yeah, absolutely.
Ball again, just coming off Dan Burn, and it's out for a throw into Newcastle. Again, nothing really happening at the minute. I've just had an update on the score with Everton now beating Crystal Palace. There you go, at 1-0. Ball eventually comes out of J7. Again, he's just hovering on this left-hand side. Try to get the ball inside to Asula, but that's given straight back to Nottingham Forest. But again, that good play from Newcastle to win that ball back. Now Tonali gives it into Dan Burn. And Malik Chow now goes directly across to Lewis Hall, who's got a little bit of space on that right-hand side to run into. Again, gets the ball forward and again, looking for options. Tonali getting in close to him. He gives it to Murphy in the end. Murphy again looking for options. And again, he just gets a toe on the ball there. And it's a throw in to Newcastle, high up the field of play now in the Forest half. Hall into Tonali. Again, Tonali with that one touch out of his feet to Murphy. Murphy into the box. It's a good ball. And it's headed clear by Forest. Can this come through to J7? Again, J7 just looks a little bit on the half-hearted. For me, he's just not fully committed to this left-hand side. Again, it's getting used to a new role for me, and you can see it there. Ball bobbling around on the edge of the box. And again, Anderson just bringing this ball forward. Again, it's a nice give and go with Anderson. He's got options to get this ball into the middle of the box, but again, well watched by Botman. Deflects that ball forward, and again, he's in this bottom right-hand corner. And it's Newcastle bringing the ball back with Pope, who goes out again to this right-hand side. It's been all Newcastle in the first 5 minutes, mate.
Yeah, been really good, actually. The one thing I'm saying is, the good thing is when Newcastle are getting the ball into those areas, they've got 3 players in the box, Voltamada near post, Asula in the middle, and J7 coming in at the back. If they can do that, then consistently throughout the game and not lose anything, we're going to see some decent opportunities from those crosses.
Yeah, you're right. I mean, like I say, for me, at this present moment in time, we look a different animal. Well done, J7 there, trying to win that ball back high up the field. But again, I think that was luck more than anything else by Williams, wasn't it? He went down a little bit easy under the pressure of J7 there. And again, I'm sure J7 just becomes an easy target for referees to give decisions against.
Oh, 100% he is. And what I would say is he's definitely playing this left-hand side. So for me, it does look like a 4-4-1-1 with Voltamada just in behind. Because you can see he's almost up there with Asula at the moment. So probably in the Willock role, I would say, from last week.
Yeah. There's somebody in the chat, I can't remember who it was, he said if you were Willock, you'd have to be a little bit upset because he's had 2 back-to-back decent games. The one against Brighton especially.
Yeah, for me, when Willock starts games, he is very, very impressive. When he comes off the bench, he's one of the worst players I've seen in Newcastle shirt. But when he starts, he has good games. And I don't want to play him all that much, but when he has a performance like he did against Brighton, you got to be thinking, what more do I have to do to keep me place?
Yeah, but again, this is where we say about having that, have players got more rein on coaches these days, especially when you've spent good money on them. The pressure's on, the noise is out there from the fans as well about not playing. You can't tell me Eddie Howe's PR team don't give him the feedback from what they're hearing about the public and everything else. Burnley have just gone a goal in front against Aston Villa again. So we talk about teams playing midweek and then playing again the weekend. It looks like they are also struggling at the minute, losing the first goal against Burnley in the first 10 minutes. So, interesting scorelines coming through, and we'll keep you updated with those as we go forward.
Absolutely. And
Botman.
Just one in there, random access gifted a membership. Thank you very much once again, buddy. So consistent with it, and we appreciate it so much. Thank you very much. And that is gone. Scott Reddy. Hope you enjoy your membership, mate, and give well. Hopefully you'll renew it, so I see in the content that we have. Thank you very much again, Random.
Yeah, exactly. Really good. And like I say, Will Asula, again, it was the enthusiasm to chase down everything. It's Williams who's gone back. Buddy, if you can just crack on for me, I'm going to refresh.
Yeah, absolutely no problem. Little throw in here for Nottingham Forest, taken long towards the halfway line. It's an easy win for Dan Burn, but it's straight back to Williams. You want him to be doing a little bit more there. Nottingham Forest try and get it in behind with a long ball, but it's well handled on the left-hand side by Sven Botman. Newcastle now recycling the ball. Newcastle having a lot of good time on the ball here. Lewis Hall on the right-hand side into Murphy. Tries to beat his man, but cuts inside. Hall again. Out to Murphy. He's going to whip across in. It's a volley by Asula, and it's I say it's just wide. It's actually a mile wide. He probably should do a little bit better with that effort. But Asula getting in front of his man at the back post. Really good movement from the Newcastle forward. But just a volley. Couldn't get enough on it. But it's a great cross by Sandro Tonali. In towards the back post, over the head of Joe Linton. Asula just hits him on the top of the ankle rather than on the boot, and that's what leads to it going wide. But a decent chance there.
Yeah, it was, mate. And again, you've got to give credit to Nico Williams. I think he did enough to give get his body in front of Asula to put him off there, mate, to be fair.
Yeah,
but again, the lad seems willing to challenge and attack everything, and it's causing Nottingham Forest no end of problems where they are just clearing it straight back to a black and white shirt, which again, it's up to Newcastle now to take the advantage of this good play. That's a great ball from Lewis Hall to Bruno, and again, Bruno unfortunately closed down by a lot of red shirts. It's certainly Newcastle in that dominant form at this present moment in time. And like I say, one, you're just trying to get hold of the ball, gives the ball back to Elliot Anderson. And again, it's Nottingham Forest now trying to play something down this right-hand side with Nico Williams, but J7 again gets his body in between ball and player, plays the ball on the diagonal to Tonali. Tonali first time up to Asula. Asula now running one-on-one into the goal, into the box. He brings it back and he takes there. I think that was by Jar, and again it's Anderson trying to get that ball. Asula again just gets the block on, and it's a throw in to Nottingham Forest. Again, great break through the middle of the park there from Newcastle. Did Asula close the door on himself there? Could he have swung a left foot at that one?
Yeah, I think, let's be honest, in that situation, if you will, Asula, you've got to just try and take it. You can't, if you cut inside, for me, you nullify your chances of actually getting anything because you've got the two players with you. If it's just a one-on-one, then he's got a chance, but with two players covering, one's going to go to the byline, one's going to allow you to cut inside. So, for me, wasn't the right decision. He took too long, but all in all, it's nice to see him trying a little bit of trickery, and it will pay off at some point. We hope.
Yeah, I've just noticed on the screen there's a couple in the chat that said I've frozen, so I'm just going to refresh, buddy, on my screen, so carry on for me.
No worries. Dan Burn on the ball here into Bruno Guimaraes. Newcastle just knocking it around the back a little bit. No pressure from Nottingham Forest whatsoever. Into Lewis Hall. Murphy tried to play a little one too, and it worked out quite well actually in the end. It's come out to J7 on the edge of the box. He found Asula, but there's not a great touch. Back out to Joe Linton, out to I think it was Bruno Guimaraes, and he's lost it, but brilliant defensive work from J7 to get the ball back. Out to Dan Burn. Nice little triangle there, but it's going backwards. Newcastle don't want to go backwards. Into Voltemada now. Does well to keep a hold of it. Lewis Hall tries to play the ball in behind, but maybe a little bit too much on it. Murphy's done well to keep it in. Into Tonali, and it's just into the hands of Matt Sells. Got into Sandro Tonali there. Low drive to... I think he's trying to get a cross away more than anything, but it just sort of trickled into the hands of Matt Sells, and nothing he'll be too worried about.
No, you're right. And Nottingham Forest, again, hopefully I'm back on the screen now. Thank you very much for taking over for a second.
No worries.
Anderson now picking this ball up again, being closed down by J7, who's doing a great role there. And Tonali in to try and get Murphy on the ball, but it was just in front of him. And it's gifted Nottingham Forest a chance to break forward. Williams getting the ball forward there toward Wonyi. And again, it's miscontrolled and it's given Newcastle the chance to throw this ball back in, but the referee is not having that one because Dan Burn has picked the ball up and given himself another 10 yards there. So referee has stopped the ball and said, come on, get back on to the right position.
To be honest, if it's against, we'll love to see it, but it's slowed
What's
the
going
momentum
on
in
here?
Newcastle.
Why are we? I don't know what the referee wanted to stop that one for, because I mean it's 2 yards from where the ball went out of play. What are you doing, lad? Anyway, Lewis Hall now collecting this ball on this inside right position. Like I said, he is more on the inside right when he got the opportunity to do so, overloading that space that's being created. Bruno now giving the ball to Tonali. It does look like Baltimore is in a free roll, if I'm honest with you, at this present moment in time. Like you said, Michael, more of a 4-1-1 from that midfield onwards. Back with Bruno now from Dan Burn. Again, getting a bit of a tug on the shirt there from Dominguez, who's not happy with the referee's decision of the foul being given against him on Bruno. But again, it was Bruno just shielding the ball and Dominguez just holding him back there. And when he won, he gets the ball off him. Lewis Hall inside to Tonali, back inside to Bruno. Again, Bruno loses. Yeah, I mean, he gave the opportunity for Wonyi there to get the ball back off him. And I think it was, again, it was one of those where it's easy for the referee to make a decision, if I'm honest with you. Bit of a tangling of legs. And I mean, you've got to give it, mate, to be fair.
You do. It's the right decision. But for me, Newcastle United there, you got the chance just to get the ball into the box, get the big lads forward. You know, for me, you've got to do it. But we wanted to take it quickly. We wanted maybe to catch them off guard. It just didn't work on that occasion.
Yeah, I mean, some of the, like I say, that final decision, I mean, that's a good close down from Dan Burn. It's fallen to Voltemada in that half space, and again, crowded out by the amount of red shirts that are being sucked deep, if I'm honest with you. Forest really struggling to get the ball forward with anything really substantial, but there is a chance now for the break. Ball out onto this right-hand side with Bakwa. Again, first time Nottingham Forest have had an opportunity to get into Newcastle box. Trying to get it into that far post. Little deflection wide from the header there of Malik Chow. It's a corner for Forest.
I think it might have been Lewis Hall, actually. But it's brilliant. Hall? It's brilliant from whoever it is. Oh, no, you're right. Yeah, it is Lewis Hall. Sorry,
it is Lewis Hall. Yeah, Lewis Hall he's trying to shape it into that far corner, isn't he, Bakwa?
Yeah, to be honest, it looked from the angle that it might have been causing Nick Pope some problems. So brilliant from Lewis Hall to get in between and get his head on there. But again, when Bakwa's getting that ball, they don't really seem to know what to do with it. And that's what happens when pace runs at you in those positions. Newcastle need to be wary of that whenever they go forward.
Yeah, I mean, it's really difficult to see because, like I say, at this present moment in time, Forest do look wide open in certain aspects of the game. But we've still got to be switched on to, like I say, that's gone through legs there from Jesus, who's not really been involved in anything so far in a red shirt. But like I said, it's literally moments. Like I said, that's gone straight through Dan Burns' legs into the chest of Nick Pope. So luckily there was no deflection there because that could have caused problems on the line. Ball diagonal out to Dan Burn on this halfway line in to J7, who gives the ball well to Tonali, goes over the top to try and get Burn involved. And again, Dan Burn not really great at the close control, does his best, but Bakwa just dropping deep there to clear the ball now with Jar, I think it was, or Milenkovic just getting the ball clear. But Botman again wins that ball inside the Nottingham Forest half. Hall gives the ball inside to Bruno. Bruno again looking for options. Gives it back on the diagonal to Hall. Hall now gives it down to Murphy, who's got the opportunity to get into the box. But again, delayed. Just losing. It's just a delay in that moment of why take a touch there where you could have just hit it first time, mate. Yeah,
taking too many touches in vital positions. We saw it with Voltemada earlier. We saw it with the Sula earlier. And actually a poor mistake here. Poor pass from Voltemada's just meant we lose possession, but had the ball edge of the box, chance to do something, but poor pass.
Yeah, I mean, like I say, it's Newcastle asking all the questions of Nottingham Forest, and if I'm honest with you, Nottingham Forest, again, creating their own problems at times, being a little nervy on the ball, and like I said, this is the time where, for me, Newcastle have to make it count.
100%, and we need that front two of Voltemada and Asula to just be a little bit more controlled on the ball. Voltemada is supposed to bring that, and he hasn't really done so far, but he hasn't had much game time, really. So he's bound to be a little bit rusty, but he's got to get up to speed a little in the next 20 minutes or so, because final ball,
I must admit, the relationship...
Not very good.
The relationship as well between Voltemada and Asula seems a little bit lax at the minute. They're not really giving each other any opportunities to work off. But we do need to be a bit better on this opportunity now. Ball into the box. And again, Murphy with the ball into the box. It was a good ball, headed clear by Forrest. Murphy again, just dinking the ball towards his back stick, and J7 headed clear. Dan Byrne heads it forward. J7 picks up the loose ball back inside to Dan Byrne. Now it's with Asula. Asula's getting barged in the back there by Milenkovic. It's a free kick to Newcastle in a really good position. Again, it's just bodies overloading spaces, mate, that are causing Nottingham Forest lots of problems getting the ball out of their defensive line.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think as well, it's the defensive work of J7 on the left-hand side. He brings something that arguably no other winger would give you, and that is that sort of defensive stability. And they're really struggling to deal with that when they're breaking out Nottingham Forest, because it's causing an overload for Newcastle. Then we're winning the ball high up the pitch and we're causing them some problems. Let's see if we can make the most of it from this free kicks. Bruno and Murphy standing over it.
Yeah, that's an interesting mix for Murphy as well, being this far out. But Murphy has walked away from the ball. Bruno now to Hall, gone short. Bruno again on the side to Tonali, who's had a go! Oh! Again, that's something that you can see from the training ground. Didn't quite work out.
It didn't quite work out, but you know what? It wasn't a bad idea at all, because I think it's it might be Dominguez, it might be Nets. Can't quite see. They take that space from in between Tonali and Bruno. The pass to Hall makes, I think it is Nets, close him down and create all that space for Tonali. Something so simple, but it created the space for a long shot, and we want to see more of them from Tonali, Bruno, etc. So I don't mind that.
Sells now again, just letting the ball run, but he goes clear in the end up towards Iwanye, but again it's headed straight back into the Forest area. J7 picking the ball up now again. There's lots of space for Tonali. Everybody's backing off in a red shirt. Hall goes on the inside, Murphy on the outside, gives it to Murphy, and again Murphy now just again teasing the ball. Eventually goes out to Hall, first time back out to Bruno now again, these little triangles are starting to show themselves, but again Louis Hall showing a little bit too much of the ball. And again, there's not a lot for him to go forward there, Iwanye, so he has to go backwards. Jesus. Again, Anderson picking the ball up deep in their own half, into the actually edge of the box. Again, out to this right-hand side with Milenkovic inside now. I think that's Dominguez now picking the ball up out to Bakwa on the halfway line for Nottingham Forest. On the diagonal now, looking for Nets again. Another player who's not been involved, but he's done well. Good, great first touch from Nets there. Brings the ball inside now. And there's a chance for the shot. Anderson there, who's not scored many in his lifetime. And that was going to be one of those that you put in your sticker book. If that would have gone in, because like I say, he shot that one from all of 25 yards, but it was well wide. Typical Anderson.
Yeah, let's be honest, he's picking up the ball in that kind of position. I was saying earlier, they need him to replace Gibbs White with that kind of play. I don't think Gibbs White knocks it that far wide. And Matt Sells is actually down. And it's not from making a save from a Newcastle player, because we haven't had a shot on target yet, but he seems a little knackered already, and it would be Stefan Ortega who comes on, the ex-Manchester City goalkeeper in that case. So at least they've got a bit of depth in that position. But never good to see someone go down without any contact.
I think this is a tactical shift, if I'm honest with you. I don't think there was
just seen the clip of them going to Pereira. Yeah,
they're all over in Pereira having a drink, and Pereira now is also obviously giving them all instructions during this break. So this is what's going to be interesting next season when this type of thing doesn't happen. I must admit, it's going to be so interesting when these new laws come into play. Going to be interesting to see it in the World Cup, to see how it starts off, to be fair, and how teams adjust to it. But I must admit, I can't wait to see how much pressure this puts on teams But like I say, I don't think there was anything wrong with Matt Sells there. I think that was more a tactical shift.
I'll be honest, I said it, looked to my right and immediately saw all the players run towards Pereira and went, they're just doing what we do.
Yeah, exactly. Like I say, it's going to be a difference. Like I say, it's going to be... I mean, look at him here. He's got his paperwork out. Plan A ain't working, so let's go to plan B, eh?
Yeah, absolutely. And to be honest, I think they'll probably need it, to be honest, because they've not been great whatsoever. Neither goalkeeper's had a save to make. And it has been a really poor game in that final third. Actually, no, I tell a lie. Nick Pope had a save to make from the corner, but it was really, really half chance at best. So we'll see if this makes any differences, and hopefully Newcastle took the time to make some changes as well.
I mean, again, you look at stats, it's all been Newcastle, but like you said, there's been nothing in front of goal of dominance, has there? Murphy now, again, trying to create some space, but again, just runs directly into a red shirt. And again, what we've got there is a nice little dummy from Jesus there that sucked in Malik Chow, and Botman was able to see the danger and clear the ball. The ball has fallen to... I don't know what you were trying to do there, Murphy. No. Asula plays the ball out to Murphy, and Murphy just kicks the ball in first time where you don't want him to, if I'm honest with you, because there was no black and white shirt. It is back out with Murphy, who again has got Lewis Hall. Tonali now picking that ball up, got a chance to get the ball inside. He brings it instead to Bruno, who plays the ball into the box. It's a good ball again towards Joe Litton. It has come through to Asula, though, who again is closed down by a few red shirts. And Asula just giving them a chance now with Cunha to get the free kick because he tugged on his arm. You can't really do that, matey, in the corner. You've just got to stand him up. That's where, somebody like Asula does frustrate you a little bit because he gives the ball straight back to you because he wants the ball so much. He's just too aggressive at times and that will to win the ball back. You just let it go. You know what I mean? You close them down. You've done all the hard work. They've taken the last touch. Let them struggle in that corner. But now he just gives the ball straight back. J7 jostling in the air there with the ball. The ball has fallen to a red shirt. And again, it's Newcastle and Nottingham Forest trying to win these little individual battles. Well done. Bruno there winning that ball back. Tonali out to J7, who's hugging this left-hand touchline. Inside to Voltemade, who's got some space. He looks up. He sees some runs. The ball eventually into Asula on the edge of the box. Asula lets it go, but it's blocked again, but it's fallen to Tonali. Tonali plays it into Hall. Hall to Bruno again with a little bit of space. Trying to feel. Is it? There was a slight deflection off the toe of Voltemade, which I thought was going to wrong foot Sells, who manages to reshape and gather that ball on the second attempt.
Yeah, passing from Bruno was just probably a little too heavy. Voltemade's touch wasn't great whatsoever because of that, but it just allowed Sells to recoup a little bit because it was kind of crawling into the corner.
Lee saying my forehead keeps rematerialising.
We're actually AI, screen, that's why.
Yeah, I think my green screen behind me is having a right performance today, if I'm honest with you. I might turn it off in a minute because it's driving me insane. That's probably why I'm freezing so much. Anyway, let's crack on with the game. The ball with Nottingham Forest playing it forward into the midfield. And again, it's all jostling for supremacy in this middle range of the park, and it seems as though Newcastle have got the ascendancy on that one. But again, Nottingham Forest trying to build from the back, the ball up towards Jesus, which was fought by Botman there, but again it's fallen to Forest, and now on that left-hand side going forward, it looks very much Williams has moved over to that left-hand side. Williams on his right foot takes a change, so this is where Nottingham Forest have made an early adjustment to their lineup. Nico Williams now on that left-hand side. That's where obviously Pereira sees the danger of Newcastle. So he swapped over the two fullbacks to try and obviously get a little bit more dominance and control of this game, mate. So again, it's something that we don't see Eddie Howe do enough, isn't it? Where you've got a team against you that are dominating a certain area. Make a slight adjustment to the setup and try and get some of that control back of the game.
Yeah, absolutely. And the way we're going to do that is by quick pass and little flicks potentially just to break them down a little bit because Newcastle going to need a lot of the ball. But Toon Army tried to do that just there and ended up losing it. We've managed to win it back though with J7 on it at the minute.
Yeah, we've got on the halfway line with Bruno now again. Great diagonal ball from Lewis Hall. Voltemada again trying to find a little bit of space. The ball unfortunately gets trapped underneath his feet, and Anderson now wins that ball back. Backward now picking the ball up for Nottingham Forest. Milenkovic all the way back to Sells. And like I say, Sells just taking the heat, if you like, out of the game. And Morata now picking the ball up again inside. Ball being played for the first time in this first 30 minutes, I must admit, with a little bit of control by the red shirts of Nottingham Forest. And again, Dan Burn just leaving a little bit on backward on the halfway line. And it's J7 again. It was something very simple, if I'm honest with you. J7 just dangling that foot for backward to run over it. And the referee just signals straight away for a free kick. It was a free kick, if I'm honest with you. I'm not going to deny it. But every time J7 gets within a breath of you, you know you're going to be dancing on ice.
This is the worrying thing for me. Bakwa tried it earlier, and you could see he dived. He didn't that time. But the first time you could see he dived, and he didn't win the free kick. But you knew every single time J7 was going to get near him, he's going to go over, and J7 just didn't learn from it.
No, it's back with Bakwa now on the halfway line. He goes all the way back to Jar. And then out to that left-hand side with Morata, just again looking up and trying to play the ball down and over the top behind Lewis Hall. And Lewis Hall doing a grand job there just to shepherd that ball out with nets in tandem. And again, he does really well there. And again, you know, we've said it. It was a gamble by Eddie Howe. From what I've seen so far, mate, it seems to be paying off.
Yeah, he's doing well. He's not getting forward as much as what we'd maybe like to see on the other side, but the combination of him, Bruno, and even Murphy is kind of working. I do want to see a little bit more from Nick Voltemade in the midfield. He's picking up the ball in some really good positions, but I wouldn't be surprised when we check the stats at half-time if he's lost the ball more than anyone.
Yeah, I agree, mate. Again, J7 doing really well. It's getting the toe on that one. Voltemade back to J7 into the centre circle with Toon Army. Again, Forest just backing away from the black and white shirts of Newcastle. Up to J7 from Bruno. Again, Bruno just getting the ball stuck underneath his feet. The deflection there has fallen to Newcastle. But again, Voltemade, the one, seems to give him the ball away. It's just been a bad half for him, if I'm honest with you, because like you say, he is the focal point in this new system. And you've just mentioned there Lewis Hall not really getting forward as much. But when you've got four bodies in front of you in a high ascendancy of the field with your two midfielders dropping in a little bit, do you need to get forward?
No, but it is where we see the best of him, isn't it? And it's a shame. But
Voltemade now picking this loose ball up. Murphy on the edge of the box again, trying to fire the ball in. Now a bit of a 50-50 ball. It's fallen to Hall. Back out to Murphy. And again, Newcastle picking the ball up in dangerous areas. They're winning most of the second balls, mate, which is really positive from Newcastle. But again, Voltemade seems as though he's not really reading the game at the minute.
Yeah, this is, as Connor's saying, the chat, it could just be he's rusty, he hasn't started for a month. But Forest have a decent chance here. Background pulls
Dan
it back.
Burn, oh, here we go. There's a chance. Ooh. And again, it was a bit scrappy from Newcastle in defensive mode. Again, all coming from not really being switched on. And you might be right. It might be the fact that he's not been playing that often in that offensive third. That Voltemade, he's a bit ring rusty. I've just had an update here. It is now Crystal Palace 1, Everton 1. Is the draw better for Newcastle?
Yeah, I think, let's be honest, we want to finish as high up the table as we can, and we don't want to do that by other teams losing. So teams behind us, pick up as many points as you want. Newcastle need to be the team to get in the ascendancy and actually get the 3 points ourselves.
Yeah, exactly. That's what I said. You know, we've just got to rely on our own ability, haven't we? Tony saying, how will Chris try and blame Howe for Voltemade? He's lost his motivation. I mean, listen, I think, you know, again, from what we've seen in the first half, it does look as though we aren't firing on all cylinders in that final third. There was definitely a tug back there on Murphy, but Williams has got away with it, brings the ball forward, and now it's Nets on that left-hand side. He's played a good square ball now into, I think that was Cunha.
What are you doing?
He was all over the place there, but he does get back and get his hands to that one. Nick Pope was all over the shop for a minute there from that ball into the box from Nottingham Forest. He was really lucky that the header back towards goal was close to him, because that could have quite easily been 1-0 to Nottingham Forest.
Yeah, 100%. It's a decent ball in, but he comes out like he's surprising someone at a birthday party. Gets one hand on the ball through pure luck, to be honest. He just made himself big, but does excellently to get back to make the second save.
Yeah, back with there, fires the ball into Bruno. Again, goes over really easy, and now it's Bruno feeding Asula. There's a break on here. If Asula gets some support, he does come back into red shirts, though, Asula. Again, that to me, get yourself into the corner, lad, and wait. This is what I said about Asula sometimes. He drives himself forward, but because he just hasn't got that confidence and the comfort on the ball, he sometimes brings the ball back into the red shirts of Nottingham Forest, and he gives possession straight back. He just needs a little bit more composure on the ball, doesn't he?
Yeah, 100%. There's a few players in like that for Newcastle at the minute. Whenever we get the ball in that final third, maybe because it's a little bit more pressure on them, they do just seem to panic a little bit, and that's where Newcastle run out of steam. It seems like both teams have been so far, but for Nottingham Forest's 21 passes in the final third to Newcastle's 88, they've certainly done more with those touches.
But they've looked, that's a poor pass there from Dominguez. He's kicked the ball straight out for a corner to Newcastle. Can we actually throw something at Sells? And I think that's been the most frustrating thing from Newcastle thus far, is the fact that we've just not given Sells anything to worry about.
Yeah, like it is one of those. I'm looking at this and I'm thinking, is this our first corner of the game? And if it is, our first corner of the game has come from a Forest mistake more than Newcastle putting the pressure on.
Bruno into the box now, going towards the only part of the penalty area where there wasn't a black and white shirt, believe it or not. And Nets just hammers that ball clear. Yeah, it's criminal. Everybody comes to that near post and we throw the ball literally to the back stick. Trippier there in the corner at the time when the Bruno, having a word with Bruno. Hall now with his throw in for Newcastle. Plays the ball into Botman, gives it back to Hall, who again is under threat there. The ball inside from Nottingham Forest. Jesus now has got the chance to throw it the ball on the diagonal to Bakwa. Bakwa faced up by Tonali and Dan Burn, but again, Bakwa doing exactly what Voltamada does, and Asula gives the opportunity for Newcastle to go forward again. Good ball into Murphy.
Terrible.
Murphy with a crazy ball out to the left-hand side for Asula to try and get on the end of that one. And Bakwa picks the ball up, and again it's Milenkovic who just clears it to the halfway line. Dan Burn gets a foot on it to Bruno. Bruno gets fouled there by Dominguez, but Tonali now picking the ball up. Referee says advantage to Newcastle, so carry on. Tonali again just able, without any pressure, just to bring the ball into J7 now on this left-hand side. Everybody seems to be a bit of a breather on 38 minutes. Baltimore back with a hospital ball again, straight into the path of Jesus. But again, he's got nobody to pass to, so he has to go backwards. Williams now picking the ball up on that left-hand side. Again, Williams is going to come inside. We know he's only really got a right foot. He's a good fullback, Williams, but he's got at the minute Nottingham Forest have the same dilemma as Newcastle do with Lewis Hall on that right-hand side. Only really got a right foot, and it's the same for Nottingham Forest. Again, ball getting slowed down by Newcastle. Aston Villa have equalised against Burnley, so it's 1-1 now. Ball back with Anderson, and again it's I suppose 39 minutes now, and it's the first time really we've seen Nottingham Forest have a few passes together, again trying to push Newcastle further back. just trying to be disciplined here, Nottingham Forest. Ball in to a dangerous area by Anderson, but it's headed clear. And Bruno brings the ball forward, rides the first challenge. Now the ball diagonal out to J7. J7 running again, trying to Megs there. But again, Dominguez brings the ball forward. And again, it's a dodgy ball, that one, but it manages to get out from Jesus to Bakwa. Bakwa now again, not willing to go down the line. He plays the ball into the space, but it's easily read by Botman, who again just gets himself a tap on the ankle, and it's Nets who is the culprit there. And like I say, I thought Nottingham Forest were going to do something a little bit different there, but again, it's two teams totally void of confidence in front of goals at the minute, mate.
Yeah, the thing is with Nottingham Forest, you can make the excuse of, they're missing Gibbs White, and he is the main man where everything runs through. Newcastle United, this is a fairly injury-free team, and you are wondering just where that bit of quality in the final third is. I know we've changed a few things. Voldemort has had a poor game. Murphy's had a poor game. Sula hasn't really been as involved as we would like. The only one who's playing in that more advanced role that you could really say has had a decent game for me is J7.
Murphy now picking that ball up. Brings it again to Bruno. Bruno now gives it to J7, who's got a bit of space. Gets out of his field, drills the ball into Zanoli, which again, it was just too hard. Yeah, to go. And here we go now. We've got a chance for Iwanya to break on to Newcastle. Plays the ball into Jesus. Again, it's headed clear. Can Bruno pick up the loose ball? He can. Plays it into Dan Burn, who's left back. Dan Burn back to Botman. And again, Newcastle trying to play themselves out of danger. It's a tap on the ankles from Jesus, and Bruno goes down. It's a free kick to Newcastle. Again, easy for Nottingham Forest when Newcastle give the ball away in the attacking zones. One ball out seems to unhinge us a little bit, mate. So we've got to be really aware of where Nottingham Forest are dangerous.
Yeah, 100%. Let's be honest. We know that they can do something more often than not on the break. They've got another chance here from a mistake from Newcastle at the back, but it's well defended by Malik Chow.
Yeah, Hall back to Pope, who goes long to the halfway line, hooking up to Asula, who again, he's just being challenged. Nowhere near the ball there, to be fair. And Bruno just having a word, looking back towards Pope there and asking him to calm it down a little bit. Again, it's just a no place ball from Newcastle going forward into no black and white shirt zone, if I'm honest with you. Nottingham Forest picking his ball back up and back with Sells. Again, Sells' options is to go forward onto the halfway line again, but it's Malik Chow getting that ball forward. A little bit of head tennis in the middle of the park. Handball there claimed by Newcastle. Referee doesn't see it and it carries on.
There's no closing down there, by the way. Everyone just kind of stopped.
Yeah, exactly. And it's Anderson bringing the ball forward for Nottingham Forest. Gives it down to this right-hand side to Bakwa. Bakwa now got the options to play it in the box, but gives it back to Anderson, who again gives it 5 yards to Bakwa. Again, Newcastle just sitting off them a little bit now, allowing Nottingham Forest to have possession on the 40-yard mark. Backward again, just being blocked by Byrne. Back to backward, and Burns sees the challenge there, and he gets a good foot on it. Now it's fallen to Voltamada. Asula in front of Voltamada. Voltamada again running forward on the edge of the box. Asula now gets a touch. It's a good save from Sells. It's fallen back to Tonali. Tonali back outside to the right-hand side to Murphy. Murphy now got Hall, if he wants to give him. Comes back inside. J7 gives a 5-touch to Byrne. Byrne now picking the ball up again. Nottingham Forest able to get back in shape now. But there was a good opportunity for Newcastle there. J7 at the back post can only head it out for a goal kick.
Yeah, Newcastle
good
did
opportunity there.
Yeah, Newcastle did well there. Voltamada driving the ball forward. I thought he'd left it a bit too late, to be honest. But then Asula ends up in lots of space on the right-hand side. Both of them did very well there. Good awareness from Asula, and we don't often say that. But again, the finish was lacking. But best chance of the game there. Asula gets it out of his feet. Sells, saves with the knee. Did well to make himself big. Newcastle finally have a chance to put Sells under a bit of pressure.
Yeah, I mean, I suppose people are going to critique that one. Again, we talk about that little composure in front of goal, but that's, again, it's something that you can't teach that in front of goal. People will always question, should he have just hit it first time? For me, I think he should have. That was one of those areas where you put, players on the bum because they're committed to the shot. If he'd have had that little bit of composure where he'd have brought it back on his left-hand side, you've got players falling down in front of him to try and close that ball down. You'd already committed selves to the ground. A little bit of composure, bringing it back onto your left-hand side. I know it's not his strongest foot, but you've got then 3/4 of the goal to aim at. We've got a ball now with Dominguez going forward, but again, it's not a great ball. It's deflected from a Nottingham Forest player, and it's out for a throw into Newcastle. Players are falling down left, right, and centre at the minute.
Yeah, absolutely. And to be honest, it's good from. I mean, I'm seeing two players in the same position there. Bruno and Voltemade are on the same spot as Forest get the ball, and I'll tell you, Voltemade got there much quicker than Bruno. Bruno running like he's carrying a tow truck behind him, unfortunately, there. And Voltemade is not exactly quick, is he?
No, he's not. And it's like I said, you can see there's a footballer with Voltemade. You've got to ask the question, and Connor's just thrown that at me. Is the fact at the minute why we're stuttering is because we've got 4 players playing out of position in a new system that they're not used to. It looks that way, doesn't it? At the minute we've got players just unsure of the role within the side.
Yeah, I mean, what I would say with J7 is it's pretty much where he played at Hoffenheim. We've got 2 minutes added on to the second half, by the way. I completely agree, Burn, Hall and Voltemade. Although I do think Voltemade is better in the 10, possibly, than as a striker in the Premier League. I think in another league he should be up top every day of the week. Long ball in behind here, and it's easily dealt with by Nick Pope. But I think this is where J7 started his career. He is a bit more comfortable there, but Hall on the right hand side seems weird. I imagine it's as you were saying, if that Trippier thing at the start of the game is true, that's the reason why. And now it's happening, by the way. You're not missing anything.
No, nothing at all, to be fair. Like I say, at this present moment in time, the 2 final thirds are where the quality is lacking massively. Again, Burn gives the opportunity for Forest to get down on this right-hand side. Bakwa, again, trying to get it back on his left-hand side. Gives it to Elliot Anderson, who tries to find that back stick. It's a bit of lacking of quality from Elliot Anderson there. Again, too much force on the ball, and the ball zips out for a goal kick to Newcastle. It's really poor in the final third from both sides. Like I say, you talk about lack of quality. It seems to me as though it's not just the lack of quality. It just seems, for me, there's a hesitation. And it's about decision making in that final sector to know what you want to do. And again, that can come from players playing slightly out of position. Sometimes you're a little bit on the heels. You're not reacting to space. But again, there's been parts of the first half that I've really looked at some points of quality. You've just seen there in the final. It is half time, by the way, when Newcastle, with Voltemade being involved in this game, you get that brain involved in the game because he draws players onto him. He hasn't had a lot of space in the game, but to me, he's looking rather rusty. But the one part of that quality that you've seen, as you've said there, he's more of a 10 in the Premier League than he is in probably any other league in Europe.
Yeah.
What he gives you, he's got that quality not to rush things. He draws players in. He works the space well. He gives Asula the opportunity to get a shot at Sells. Should he have scored? Well, at the end of the day, you've got to make the keeper work, and that's all you can ask for. I think with a little bit more composure, you probably would have got a better result.
100%. And I will say the only thing with Nick Voltemade is he is the only player in this game that has created a chance. So for me, that's enough to justify being on the pitch, even if it's been a poor performance from his side. We have seen more in the last 5 minutes, an improvement. What I will say is he just needs to maybe it's hard to say be a bit quicker to the ball because he's 6'5". You can't just say be quicker, but maybe just a little bit more alert to what's around, because there is a talent there, and maybe that's down to match sharpness because he hasn't been playing and starting games that much. You can see there's a player there. You're just not really seeing the final product, which I think is what Newcastle needed when Alexander Isak left. We needed someone who was a final product, and unfortunately we've got two players who aren't, and one that we'd like to hope would have got there, but this injury could have took him out and made him a worse player permanently. So I think that's why people are jumping a bit more on Voltemada, but there are encouraging signs there, aren't there?
Yeah, I mean, like, you know, we talk about we want Eddie Howe to change things, and like I say, he's changed this one. This is definitely a 4-2-3-1 with, again, not trying to overcommit your fullbacks that are both playing in not their natural positions. And again, this is about limitations on overcommitting players forward, but again, it's keeping that solidity at the back as well. So I do like that. The problem is with changing things. Again, again, it's been a critique of Eddie Howe from a lot of people, including myself, about not having a plan B. Well, this is a plan B, and like I say, it's not quite worked. But again, you can see there's a little bit of confidence completely lacking from Forest from their loss at the weekend. Newcastle have dominated the first half, but they've dominated in areas that aren't going to hurt the opposition. And I think, Forest were more than happy to have the ball away from them. Again, it seems the same old Forest. They like to break, they like to counter against opposition that overcommit bodies. Newcastle really haven't overcommitted. In all honesty, they've always had bodies at the back. There's never been a clear ball through when we've left them one-on-one at the back. So I can see why Eddie Howe has changed to this one, but it's just got to be better. And I think this is where the fear comes with a lot of fans, because we've seen two sides of Newcastle in the past. This season especially, where you've had that first 45 minutes where you've seen something happening, but nothing really committed. Second half, it's been a totally different side. Are we going to see the same again? Hopefully, we've got somebody with a great motivational speech at half time that's going to give these boys a bit of a kick in the air. And hopefully, the one thing I don't want to see in the half time is a change. You've got to give time for players to bed into a new system.
Yeah.
You've got to give players that haven't, as you said, haven't played a lot of football over the last few months to get involved in the game again, get up to match sharpness. You started to see where Voltemada can hurt you towards the end of that first half. We've just got to give it another 15 minutes now and see what happens before changes are made.
Yeah, I think if there is going to be a change, I wouldn't mind seeing Murphy coming off, because it did that for me doesn't really look like it's worked. He's put in a couple of half decent balls, and I'll get back to more what I was going to say in just a moment. But we got a super chat in from Toon Assassin. Once again, two Bambies up front, number 9 or 10, neither. One shot on goal in 45. We don't look well structured. The shape looks all over the place. Plan B. Yeah, to be honest, I think this probably is Plan B. I think Plan B, or Plan A, should we say, the usual, would probably involve Voltemada going a little bit deep and the wingers coming on. I'm not sure I really want to see that with the way things have gone. I do want to see this a little bit more. I do want to see us try this exact formation for a little bit longer. In these games where, it's not that these games are, they're worthless, because it still means something, but it doesn't mean as much as what it will at the start of next season. So I like to see Voltemada and Asula embedded a little bit more, but the wings are where I think we're having a bit of problems personally.
Yeah, I think it's that, like I said, it's that we're getting nothing from the left-hand side. Yeah, that is, again, your isolation down the right-hand side. That's why you've seen a change with Williams now playing over on that left-hand side to try and nullify the effect. And it's happened. And that's what I said. That's what Pereira does. He's realised where Newcastle were looking strong. And then all of a sudden, they've made an adjustment. And if I'm honest with you, what happened then is Newcastle seemed to have lost that, well, what do we do now type of situation. Have we got to restructure where we are? And like I said, for me, having both Dan Burn and J7 on the left-hand side gives you nothing forward-wise. And that's why now you need to start thinking, does Harvey Barnes give you something different on that left-hand side instead of J7? Now, that's a big statement, because J7 has been the one that has stopped a lot of Nottingham Forest moving forward. So what you lose in one sense, you gained in another. So that's the gamble now. You're away from home. I'd keep it tight, like I say, for the first 10, 15 minutes. But that would probably be where I start my change, is just putting more of a attack-minded player on the left-hand side, somebody who can get the ball into the box. What I've liked to have seen from Newcastle is the fact that we have had a bit more commitment within the box when we've had the ball wide, especially on that right-hand side. My biggest concern for me has been the fact that we've dillied on the ball with that first touch, allowing Forest to get back into shape rather than hitting the ball early into the danger zones. And like you just said there, maybe Murphy coming off and Alanga coming on will give you a more direct approach. But what it will do is nullify the crosses into the box.
Yeah, 100%. Let's be honest. The way this game is going to be won by either team is from a cross into the box, in my opinion. Newcastle, we tend to do it a lot more than what we should, and Forest have looked dangerous on the wings themselves. That big chance, the only real chance that they had. I completely agree. Something has got to change on the wings, if anything, because although J7 has had a good game for me, I think someone actually even put in the chat. Let me just quickly try and find it. Mark was saying he'd put Asula on the right wing instead of Murphy, get Barnes on the left and play Voltemata as a lone striker. And let's see what he can do up front. As long as Asula or Barnes are close to him, or whoever gets, I imagine it would be J7 putting that more attacking midfielder role. I don't mind it as long as there's someone up there with Voltemata to give him a hand. But I do think Asula on the right is something I'd like to see. The end product probably isn't going to be great from a creative perspective, but that's the same with Barnes.
Yeah, you're right, mate. Like I said, we all said at the start it's a gamble. Whichever way you look at this side going forward, it's going to be a gamble because of elements that are probably pulling the opposition. Again, it's hard to explain the way mentality approaches game. Newcastle looked dominant, even with a changing system, even with a style of play. They seem to have been pushing Nottingham Forest back. You're absolutely bang on with the change that on 20 minutes. It seemed to nullify what Newcastle had done in the tactical zones of the training ground. Yeah. So again, this is where you start to say to yourself, how can I change, or instead of changing personnel, tweak zones to then go and occupy the spaces where they are weak rather than working on the strength. And maybe it is as simple as moving Louis Hall to left back, Malik Chow to right back, and then saying to yourself, I'm going to have Burn and Botman now staying in the back. The shape stays the same. You're just changing two personnel. What you get there is creativity down that left-hand side with a player who can work the space on the left-hand side. You then can sweep your three coming in at the back, which allows then your two players that are sitting a bit deeper to move another 10 yards forward. And by doing that, all you're doing is offsetting the balance. You're not creating any personnel changes. You're just moving the strength from one side to another. And that then should, fingers crossed, change the way the game goes forward.
Yeah, 100%. Let's be honest. Something is going to have to change for both sides, I think, in the second half. I will say, Forest have been relatively impressive from a defensive standpoint. Attacking wise, less so, but well, we mentioned earlier for both sides, really, these aren't teams that have played together too much. Interesting. It would be very interesting to see Malik Chow on the right hand side and Hall on the left, because Chow is a lot more offensively, let's say, capable than what Dan Burn is, and he can get up and down a lot more. The thing for me is you've just got to have a little bit more composure in that final third, as we've seen, and I think potentially having Voldemort a little bit further forward and having Barnes on instead actually gives you that composure, because I'll be honest, looking at that front, well, let's say that front three outside of Voldemort, Murphy, J7, Asula, neither of them really have any composure whatsoever, so they would probably work if you're playing heavy metal football, but that's not what we're seeing with Newcastle at the moment.
No, you're right. I'm just going to loose the dog out because he's crying at the door, mate. I'll be back in a second.
No worries. So, what are people thinking in the chat? Let's have a look. Gary Simister saying they are targeting Bruno for transitions because of the lack of pace, especially in deep areas. We did mention something very similar that links into that about 5-6 minutes before the end of the half. Forest on a break. Nick Voltamada actually getting back, starting on the same spot as Bruno. Voltamada getting back in front, and let's be honest, Volt ain't exactly a pacey player. So it is a worry that Bruno has lost that little edge of pace. Mark was saying as well, I remember Alanga saying his best position is on the left. I'll have to look for that because I don't remember that, but if that is the case, why have we got 3 left wingers and still playing J7 on the left-hand side? But interesting, that one, because I don't recall it. But let's see. Adds in there, Eddie also always persevering with Byrne at 34 and Murphy starting. Needs to give his head a proper wobble as it does not work. Yeah, I think the only excuse I can have for it in this game, and I know it happens all the time. This isn't a one-time thing. But when the alternatives are Alanga, not in form, and Trippier, who again, apparently, if you believe the rumours, is one appearance away from getting a nice little bonus. So maybe he's not playing. But I don't like it either. I would have rather have had probably Trippier on the right, Chow and Botman, and Hall on the left side, and Murphy, probably put Asula there. Personally, but I don't think he's never going to change anything too much. JT fella in there saying we need a really high level dribbler next season, and that's interesting because it goes back to what you were saying earlier, Gary, about a Maverick. You don't really tend to see them in the Premier League these days, but you look at Cherky for Manchester City, and I'm not saying we're going to sign anyone of that quality, but my God, he is so entertaining to watch.
Yeah, I mean, the one thing, I want to pick a couple of points up because there were some interesting ones. V for Vendetta, this one. Forest are not a possession-based side. Of course, we have the ball. Am I the only one here? No achievement in having something that the other team allows you to have. I think what you saw, if I'm honest with you, even against Brighton, Newcastle were another team that didn't want or require the ball. Didn't want the possession of the ball. They wanted to bring players onto them where they can then utilise the space behind. And unfortunately, what I see here is, again, two sides that virtually are vying for the ball in the mid-third of the field. Neither of them committing bodies forward. Neither of them really, sitting too deep. It just seems to be a battle. And then it just seems a little bit disjointed in the final third. And, for me, like I say, the most vulnerable, even though I think he's had a half-decent game, is the fact that the left-hand side is being nullified. We've had nothing at all down that left-hand side. And that is where, if I was going to make a change of anything, of any description, it would be there. Two Assassin saying, Forest played 3 days ago. Why does it look like Newcastle played yesterday? 8 days rest and 8 days to figure out a team. Our front three look like ice skaters. It's like I said, we all seeing it. It's not something new. We are kicking off again. But like I say, hopefully there's no changes to the second half, so that's good. I suppose it's a good sign. The fact that we've seen a little bit. Eddie wants this time to settle down a little bit. let's see if that half-time team talk, makes something happen. But there's a bit of a mistake from Malik Chow, which has allowed Jesus to get the ball into the box. But again, Yates there trying to. Yates is on the field of play, so there have been a change in midfield with Yates coming on. I don't know who's gone off. I'll have a look in a minute.
Dominguez has come off for Ryan Yates.
I say Dominguez is probably one weakest link in that midfield, if I'm honest with you. That didn't create a lot. So there you go. Anderson again just dropping the ball back towards Joe in the middle of those three centre-halves. Again, a ball just aimlessly played from Nottingham Forest into the space from Yates there, who, again, to nobody in particular. Ball thrown early. Asula picking the ball up on the inside line. Does a good thing with the ball, brings the ball all the way back. J7 to Tonali. Tonali with a chance of a shot! But again, it's high and wide from Tonali. But again, no, it wasn't. No, but again, Newcastle with one throw-in, able to get bodies in and behind Nottingham Forest. And that's what I said. Nottingham Forest are giving Newcastle the opportunity. But that was a good save, actually, from what I've just seen there. I didn't think that was anywhere near Popey. I thought it was deflected. Jesus getting his toe to it, and it was Pope who just literally flaps his arm at it. That gets it blocked. So that's what I'm saying. Goals can go in against you literally so quickly. Possession just doesn't mean anything these days, does it? It's criminal. Byrne picking the ball up, gives the ball back inside to Tonali. The sun blazing down at the City Ground at the minute in Nottingham. Ball from Chow to Hall. Again, back into Malik Chow.
An update on the Palace game as well. 2-1 to Everton. Beto with the goal after half-time. You're looking at that potential game. Everton one that Newcastle could potentially overtake. If you want to finish as high as you can, you've got to be getting 3 points here now.
Oh, absolutely. Well, like I said, we can't look at any other team. We've just got to be, what we can do here. And if results go for you, then there you go. You know what I mean? And that's what I said. You've got to keep all that in the locker room. Don't even bring that mentality onto the field. Just go out there and do your job. And after the season ends, that's where you finish. And it's as simple as that, isn't it? Mm-hmm. Again, Newcastle on the press with Asula, but it's Sells again going long up towards Jesus and Awonyi just try and get that ball under control, but it's again coming straight back at Nottingham Forest. But again, J7 doing really well on that left-hand side defensively, winning that ball back to Tonali again, drops that shoulder, plays the ball between two players out to J7 again delayed cross, and when the cross does come in, it's to nobody in particular. There was a nasty collision there from Jesus on the face of Louis Saul there, who committed to heading that ball clear. And the referee does have a word with Jesus and eventually shows him the yellow card. He wasn't malicious from what I saw. It was just leading with his shoulder, wasn't it? And again,
It's one of those that, let's be honest, VAR will look at, but they'll very quickly say it's a yellow. No malice in it whatsoever. I mean, he's shaking his head as if to say, I haven't touched him. But you have, mate. He's on the floor. He's potentially concussed. He doesn't look in a great way, but I imagine they're just going through the routine checks and making sure he's okay to continue.
Yeah, I mean, like I say, when you see... When I was watching that in full time, in full motion, if you like, or full time, it didn't look as though there was much in it. Now I've watched the game, the replay again, it looks a little bit worse than it actually was, if I'm honest with you, because he does look at the player and then leads with his shoulder. So, again, when you say there was no intent, you do have to question it.
And beggar in there, Hall just got smacked in the face by Jesus. How many people can say that? He's been blessed, hasn't he?
Yeah. Again, he's not looking. He's asking the question about. Yeah, I mean, he's coming off because he has to, because that's the laws of the game, mate. You know.
Yeah.
Even though you can question it as much as you like, he's just checking his teeth are still intact. He took one for the team there, Louis Saul. Again, central position, around about 35 yards out. Let's see what happens with this one.
They're both
Tonali
gearing
and
up
Bruno.
to shoot from the
Yeah,
stance.
Bruno and Tonali.
Yeah.
Bruno with the shot. Oh!
It's not bad, you know.
I tell you something now, it ain't bad. But again, it was probably a yard by the time it got to the keeper, wide of the post. Yeah, it was. But again, Sells did question the position. And if that was just outside, he won you there, you know. Closer to me won you. That could have snuck in to that far post. Again, it's all ifs, buts and maybes. But it is a shot at goal, which is something that we haven't seen a lot of, if I'm honest with you. Anyway, it's Anderson. Go on.
I was going to say, just a little bit too much curl on it. If he just, I don't, obviously, the ifs, buts and maybes, but just a little bit less on it, might have just trickled into that corner. But again, you've got to put some power on it to beat a goalkeeper from that range, haven't you?
Yeah, you got more power than direction, don't you? You just
Exactly.
It's more luck and bloody judgment, if I'm honest with you. Unless you're Roberto Carlos, because obviously that was a different kettle of fish. Yeah, exactly. J7 picking the ball up on that left-hand side on the halfway line, back to Bruno. Again, I've been impressed with both Bruno and Tonali. I've not seen... they're both trying from that midfield. There's a ball on the diagonal to try and get a seal around the back. And again, the press... Oh, you see what I mean? This is what I'm saying. I mean, yeah, he's just overzealous to get that ball back. Williams is under pressure. He goes down easy, don't get me wrong. But you make the referee give a decision, and there was no need for it.
No, not at all. And to be honest, it was a decent run into the place. I mean, let's be honest, the pass probably played a little too early, but Bruno might have lost it otherwise. And Asula doesn't need to put him under that much pressure. He's facing his goal. He's just going to let it go out, I know, but just keep the pressure on and don't give away a foul in a stupid position.
Yeah, and ball again challenged by Williams. It's out for a throw-in for Newcastle, just inside the Forest half. Again, there's a couple of players warming up for Newcastle at the minute on the sidelines from what I saw there. Byrne drops it back to Botman, who goes square to Chow. Newcastle playing the patient game at this present moment in time to try and get that ball into the forward third. A long diagonal ball trying to find Dan Byrne, but yeah, far too easy for the Forest defenders to deal with. And it's cleared, but only to Botman. And again, it's Bruno now turning forward and playing the ball down to that left-hand side, and Dan Byrne. Has he kept that in play? Dan Byrne comes back inside. The referee has said, carry on. J7 now inside, plays it to Lewis Hall, gets it out of his feet, into Murphy, who's on the diagonal of the box. Hall and Murphy, again, trying to combine, and then it's just Tonali lifting the ball up into the 6-yard box, hoping that somebody reacts to it, and everybody just watches it go to Salah. I mean, I saw it to Sells. That's what's frustrating for me when you've got two centre forwards on the field of play, both of them just watching the ball go back to the keeper.
Yeah, for me, I don't think anyone was expecting Tonali to do that, to be fair. So I can forgive them in that scenario, but it's happened so much in other situations as well now. And Asula's gone down there from a tackle from Ryan Yates, and it's a yellow card for the Forest substitute.
Yeah, well, Yates is another target, isn't he? If I'm honest with you, for a lot of... Well, I mean, it's a nasty one, to be fair. Through the back, down the Achilles tendon, if you like, of Asula. So, like I say, he doesn't leave a lot to be desired, Yates, when it comes to tackles. He gets himself involved, very much like J7. He's not going to shirk anything. Asula is back on his feet, though, and it's Bruno that's going to take this free kick. Again, he's just taking his time. Bruno just having a look back towards the bench, and again he goes square to Lewis Hall. Lewis Hall goes towards the back stick. The ball headers from Botman towards the 6-yard box. Again, it's hammered in from Tonali, and it's cleared by the head of Jar, I think. Again, J7, don't leave your foot in, lad, because you're gonna get a target like that. It's gonna be a yellow card, I would imagine. Yeah.
2 or 3 times he's done that already today, and yeah, it's Cunha who gets there just ahead of him, and to be honest, there isn't much contact at all. He just sort of jumps over him and goes down to the floor. But again, it's making that tackle just to ease the pressure that they're putting on Forest. And it happens time and time again, doesn't it? It doesn't matter who the opposition is.
No, I mean, Jack Cunyon is one of those players that just, he's going to try and get those easy decisions against certain players, isn't he? Ball into the box, into a dangerous area from Forest. But again, nobody willing to go onto that back stick. Or J7 lets the ball run in front of him. He gets dispossessed. But Toon Army does do well to block the ball forward. J7 finds Voltemada out. It's come a little bit deeper this time, Voltemada. Again, the ball looks as though it's sticking under his feet rather than in front of him at times, Voltemada, which makes him look really unorthodox at times. Malik Chow comes forward, Hall on the halfway line, ball into Murphy, Murphy into Asula, back to Lewis Hall. Again, Hall coming, making little triangles, Newcastle. Oh, where are you going with that one, Lewis Hall? Again, he's in two minds, Lewis Hall, of what to do with the ball. He's got space to work the channels, and he plays the ball out because J7 has come inside. He's expecting, obviously, Anthony Gordon to hug that touchline, and he plays the ball well behind him and out for a throw into Nottingham Forest. Very frustrating, mate.
I think the worst part about that was Asula and Voltemada in the more central area. Neither of them really making a run. Voltemada sort of standing still saying to feet. Asula trying to get a little bit in behind, but neither of them really offered themselves to hold there, and it just led to him just playing it out of play.
Yeah, Aston Villa eventually getting in the lead against Burnley. 2-1 now. Ollie Watkins with the second goal. Again, it's what I expected, to be fair, because Burnley have struggled this season. And again, relegated early on.
Yeah.
Ball with Forest now over the top. Again, looking for Iwanyu, who's not really been involved too much.
Oh,
but a mistake.
So easy.
Oh, again, there's a mistake from the Newcastle defence that allows the shots. And now Yates with a volley that goes wide. But again, what is happening to our defence there? It's just so easy with that bouncing ball.
Yeah, we've seen it a few times with the bouncing ball this season. Iwanyu puts a little bit of pressure on Chow, he doesn't go for it, and then Botman just tries to block him off, and Iwanyu just goes around him like he's not even there, and gets a shot away. It's a decent save from Pope. Does well in the end. It's a good deflection from Chow actually as well to get in front of it.
It's an even better save when you see the second one, isn't it? Because, like I say, the deflection wrung foots Popey in the end. A ball really into no man's heath. Again from Malik Chow, in between players rather than into feet of players. And it goes straight back to Sells in the Forest goal. Again, it's come out to Williams, who's playing left back now for Forest. Again, back. They have gone more to a 5 at the back, Forest. Again against Newcastle, so it's really difficult for Newcastle when they get into that final third to do anything with. But again, we've never really looked comfortable. Hall running again more centrally, gets blocked, and again it's a free kick going against Lewis Hall this time for running the ball further forward and not in control of the ball, leaving a little bit on Yates, which I suppose. Again, it was. Yeah, I mean, again,
it's a coming together, isn't it?
Yeah, I mean, there was nothing in it, to be fair. He hasn't hurt Yates the way Yates is saying. You watch him get up and run away off this one. And here we go. Ramsey and Harvey Barnes coming on for Newcastle on the 60th minute. Enough has been seen, I think.
Potentially 2 changes in on the wide areas, or do you think Ramsey goes into midfield instead?
Voltemada's coming off, so like I say, it depends on where you go. I think it's Voltemada and J7 that are coming off, so it's going to be an interesting one, if I'm honest with you. Does this create... I mean, it's... Burnley have just equalised, by the way. Ball again falls in the final third for Milenkovic coming forward now. Yates, again, he's got loads of room to run into. Plays the ball out to Williams. Williams trying to get it onto his right foot to shape a ball into that back stick. But again, far too much on it. And it's Zian Fleming with the equaliser for Burnley. Again, it's Turf Moor. There's a game going on. It seems there's a game
going on everywhere but here.
But I'm going to say, I certainly wished it's two. They're going to play. It's Murphy coming off and Voltamada. So it looks like Harvey Barnes on this right hand side now, and maybe Ramsey making a three in midfield, or do you think they're going to stay with Ramsey going a little bit higher into that left hand zone and going back to the three? I'm not sure. I think what I've just seen there, Ramsey's going out to the left hand side, J7 coming more centrally, I would imagine, just to give them a little bit more of a target and a battler in that central zone, because, like I say, it hasn't been a great game for Voltamada, if I'm honest with you.
No, I don't think he's touched the ball in the second half, unfortunately. Haven't been able to get the ball into him at all. And as I was saying, neither him or Asula were making good runs for the chances just before there. So hopefully try something a little bit different. Let's see what the subs can do.
Yeah, like I say, it looks like J7 and Asula now will be the link-up play in midfield. Up top with Barnes on this right-hand side, and Ramsey going further afield on that left-hand side to try and get more control of the ball, I would imagine, if I'm honest with you, because, like I say, it's just not sticking on that left-hand side. And we've offered no threat whatsoever. Again, Ramsey, picking the ball up into Voltamada. Burn, getting the ball in. There's a chance! Oh,
it's straight at him.
Can you hear? It's straight at him from Bruno. There's a cracking little opportunity there for Newcastle to find the target. It's back in with Bruno. It's a save. It hasn't fallen for Asula. And again, it falls to a red shirt to, again, Nottingham Forest trying to play out from the defensive lines. 2 half chances there for me, mate.
Yeah, to be honest, it did kind of come more from a Forest error than a Newcastle sort of brilliance, but it's good to see the changes have happened and we're immediately creating chances. Ramsey just getting the ball forward as soon as he got it there. Haven't seen that enough.
Yeah, again, it's just making those slight adjustments. Barnes now again on this right hand side gives it to Lewis Hall. Lewis Hall again back to Barnes. Barnes inside now to Tonali. Got lots of space, Tonali. What can we do, lads? Come on. Trying to force the pass through rather than create anything himself. Great shooting opportunity for Tonali, to be honest with you. Why didn't he pull the trigger there?
Yeah, it's the only time he hasn't pulled the trigger, to be honest. In this game, it feels like every time he's got near the ball, he's done so. But yeah, just showing that chance again for Bruno, by the way. Straight at Matt Sells, anywhere else. And it looks like he's trying to hit it back where it came from into the sort of right-hand corner of Sells, left-hand corner for those watching. But he just doesn't get enough on it, does he?
Yeah, exactly. And again, Asula from that shot, that second shot from Bruno, that gets across the Sells, who parries it. And again, he's just not reacting, is he, Asula? Again, I don't know whether he was impeded a little bit, to be fair. I might be giving him a little bit of injustice. But again, it's about reacting rather than doing anything well. And again, Forest now making some changes. Hutchison's coming on, Backward coming off. And again, it's just trying to get something going for Nottingham Forest, because again, in themselves, they've created more from mistakes from Newcastle than they have doing anything themselves.
Yeah, absolutely. I think it's the same for both sides, to be honest. It's I think we are going to end up at the end of this game, if there is a goal, it's going to come from a mistake from one of the teams, not from an individual bit of brilliance, unfortunately.
Yeah, I mean, for me, the one thing, you talk about being void of confidence, when you see your best shooter of the box, of the ball on the edge of the box with loads of space and time to get a shot off, just decide to try and thread a needle through that haystack, and it's just impossible, really, to see anything forward. Bruno now trying to get J7 in,
great.
J7 Megs, but again, pushes the ball too far forward, and it's easy for Forest to clear the ball. Hutchison with his first touch. Bruno doing really well to get that ball back from Yates. And again, he's going to get a free kick on the edge of the box here, because Milenkovic, with a bit of a lunging challenge, brings Bruno down. Good position this for Newcastle. Hopefully we can climb something and at least get something from Sells.
Yeah, you've got to make him make a save from this kind of position. It's just on the edge of the box. Shooting boots haven't really been on for shots outside the box, let's be honest. They've all been high, wide, and not very handsome, but at least we've been trying them. I'd be very surprised if we don't try any here.
Yeah, again, like I say, there's loads of bodies around this ball in a black and white shirt, all giving themselves the voice of reason, if you like, to try and get a shot at goal. I mean, it favours the Tonali or a Bruno, doesn't it, if I'm honest with you?
Yeah, 100%. Let's be honest, you're looking at Matt Sells, and it really depends on where he's gonna set up. I mean, Asula standing over it is really strange for me. If he ends up taking it, then fair play for the confidence, but it's the only 3 players that have actually had a shot, I believe, standing over. Oh, no, now it's Asula or Hall or Tonali going to blast it.
Yeah, I was going to say, Hall with his left foot to go round the wall, again, into that top right-hand bin. He's the one, but Asula looks as though the one who's going to take this one. Asula builds... Oh! It was a great effort, to be fair. The ball does fall to Malik Chow. It's bobbling around. There's a chance again. But again, Bruno finds the ball at Sel's feet, firing it directly at the keeper, where anywhere else in the goal, there's a chance. Yeah, great effort from Asula. I thought this was well over, but it dips last minute. Again, I don't know whether there's a slight deflection that creates that dip and that whip on the ball. Well done, Asula.
Yeah, it's a great effort, and it's the best shot we've seen from him probably since Man United. But good effort, and to be fair, Sells might have had it covered because it was pretty central to the goal. But it's the best I've seen from a direct free kick from Newcastle for a long time.
Yeah, again, Newcastle trying to force Nottingham Forest backwards. Yates now dropping the ball back, and again, trying to hound the ball again. He's trying to get Williams in down this left-hand side. Can Williams keep it in play? He does well there, to be fair, Williams. Again, Don Harvey Barnes back with Anderson. Again, who's not really shown anything against his former club. Ball into the box on the diagonal. It's cleared by Byrne, but again, it's only come out as far as Morata. And then it's Cunha who throws the ball all the way back to Sells. Milenkovic picking that ball up again on the ball over the top again, trying to get Iwanyi behind. And again, it's Botman who clears really strangely there, to be fair. And it's Ramsey who sees the danger and comes all the way back. Ball into Bruno's feet, back with Tonali. Tonali along the floor to J7, who again, a little bit lucky, I suppose, to get that ball because he showed far too much to Forest. And by doing so, he tries to force the ball forward to Ramsey. But Tonali again, winning that battle in midfield, plays the ball out to Harvey Barnes. Harvey Barnes again, just trying to calm it down a little bit, brings it into Hall. Tonali back out to Barnes. Barnes again faced up by 2 shirts, again trying to feed in Lewis Hall, but it's very poor decision making. And again, it's a black and white shirt. I think it's Botman who clears the ball long up the field of play, and it's a Forest throw in. Just having another effort at Asula's shot there, the direct free kick.
It looks like it actually gets a little bit of a deflection off a shoulder, which might be why he gets that dip.
Yeah, it looked like he was going over until that deflection just seems to put that extra swerve on the ball, if you like, that top spin that brings the ball down onto the bar, and then it just goes up in the air, if I'm honest. Again, it's a little bit more hustle and bustle, and Botman on the end of another elbow by the looks of it. And it's a free kick to Newcastle.
Yeah, Newcastle been the better team in the last few minutes, but need to put the ball in the back of the net. You wouldn't be surprised if this ends as a 0-0, but there is a goal in this game, I think. I just don't know which way.
Wissa now looks like he's been ready to come onto the field of play. Ball over the top in towards Asula, and again, not able to continue with the ball. And it's Williams now picking the ball up for Forest. Can he get rid of it? Again, Barnes trying to block him into the corner. Milenkovic does clear it, and again, Bruno trying to get it under control, but it's Jesus who picks that loose ball up. Morato, again, just taking it around J7. And Anderson now, again, looking for that diagonal ball. It's a good ball if they can get it into Hutchinson. A little bit too much on it. And Hutchinson just hasn't got that greyhound speed that Alanga had, if I'm honest.
Maybe the one on back.
Yeah, they can. Yeah, I'm going to say. Swap him for Anderson. That would be my idea.
Anderson's not worth that much.
No.
Asula
And Asula clapping the fans behind the goal there, all in black and white. Again, it's Wissa coming on in the 70th minute. Again, he's hassled, but he's not really giving himself anything really to bite on. I say, it's been more craziness than composure, if I'm honest with you. And again, maybe that has been one of the reasons why, he's more luck than judgment sometimes with Asula. And like I say, let's see if Missa can do anything now all of a sudden. Forest trying to go forward again. Bruno wins the tackle. He's fired it in at Anderson, who's got the challenge on him. But Bruno comes back and tows it out for a Nottingham Forest throw-in line with the penalty box. So again, Nottingham Forest trying to push Newcastle back and get some composure on the ball and try and get something at Pope. Williams into the feet of Anderson again, trying to take it into the corner. Anderson tries to get round Barnes, does really well. Anderson again gets control of the ball. Williams now picking that ball up, plays the ball back in to the line of Forest, who again on that pendulum, if you like, to try and keep the ball ticking over with Morata firing the ball forward. But again, it's Barnes playing a little ball into Bruno. Bruno sees the opportunity to get Wissa going in front. J7 now got the opportunity to give Ramsey the ball. Ramsey now going in towards the box. Shoots. Wow. It's blocked. Come back to J7 with a shot. Oh, can he get the second ball? They're claiming a handball here, Newcastle. Barnes into the box. Come on towards Wissa. Wissa still shouting towards the referee for handball. Are we going to see the ball checked? Now it's Hutchinson down this right-hand side for Nottingham Forest. Pushing in towards the box. Hutchinson onto his right foot. It's deflected from Botman. Yeah, backed off Hutchinson, out for a goal kick for Newcastle. Are they going to take another look at this? It'll be interesting to see if VAR is introduced.
Yeah, we'll just want to see what happened again, to be honest. It's a shot from J7. It comes out with the hand is out, but for me it's not. The hand is out. They're not actually showing an angle where you can actually see if it hits. No. But I don't think that'll be given personally.
Chris Wood's now coming onto the field of play instead of Iwanyi.
I said there was a goal in this, and Chris Wood does like a goal against Newcastle, doesn't he?
He does. Let's see two former Castle players now on the field of play. Again, one has been nullified. He's probably tried too hard, Anderson, to be fair, in this game, to get one over his old club. Or is he still backing us to win because he's not been at his best? But let's see what Chris Woods do with Jesus.
Sells has been all right as well, to be fair, with what he's had to do.
Yeah, I mean, he's not, as I say, I forgot about Sells being a former
Most people do. He was terrible, wasn't he, in that championship season?
Yeah, he was. Ball now comes to Bruno. Can we get some quality on this ball? J7 drops the ball back to Tonali, who's gone between the two centre halves. Botman now on that left-hand side. Up the line to Byrne. Byrne inside to J7. J7 with Bruno now. Bruno forward. Nice. Ramsey's got a bit of space. It's a great ball. In and behind. Go on!
Harvey Barnes!
In front of goal!
Get in!
You know the arrow's going to come out because when he's in front of the goal, he's the arrow man. He very rarely misses from there.
Yeah, most clinical finisher we have, and he's made it tell there. Absolutely brilliant finisher. Brilliant ball as well to put him through one-on-one. Do you say it was Ramsey? I was looking at it. I couldn't tell if it was.
Yeah.
Absolutely brilliant pass from him. Absolutely world-class. That particular pass. Haven't seen that all day. Newcastle, one moment of quality and 1-0.
Yeah, absolutely. And again, it's that perfect weight of the ball. And again, he hasn't got electric pace, but it's that positioning. He drifts inside, if I'm honest with you, and then runs as soon as Ramsey gets the ball. And Ramsey's got that mindset to play the ball into the channel. He hasn't got to disrupt his run, Harvey Barnes. He can literally just wait. He's got the strength to put himself in before the ball and body of the defender Morata, and then he just commits Sells to the floor before tucking the ball away. Great goal, if I'm honest with you. And again, another goal gone in against Crystal Palace. Mateta getting the equaliser there.
And just one thing I'm going to add there is when you get to see the replay again, look at the little sidestep Johan Wissa takes before the ball is played into Bruno. Plays it out wide, that space is then created. Sometimes a striker might not be great, but he does have that striker's instinct to make the space, and that's what we saw. And it was an absolute brilliant pass from Ramsey with that. So, smart play from the front line, haven't seen that enough. Creativity from the midfield, haven't seen that enough. But we've seen it enough for Newcastle to go 1-0 up. And hopefully we can hold on for an away win.
Yeah, I mean, like I say, this one goal is always the fine margin, though, with Newcastle.
Absolutely.
Because as we've seen in the previous few minutes, the 75 minutes that have gone by, we are capable of making mistakes at the back. So, like I say, this isn't a gimme at the minute, so I'm not really counting my stars. But again,
absolutely
like you said, that first little bit of quality we've seen, movement from forwards as well, creating spacing and behind, mentality of players out wide to go and find that space that's been given to them by that movement. We haven't seen enough of that, to be fair. Louis Saul again and Williams coming together there. Both of them stay on the ground. I think Williams left a little bit much on Louis Saul, if I'm honest with you. I think there's a bit of S-housery going on from Williams. Louis Saul, I think, has been hurt with this. Well, watch this here. He's late. Follow through, bang. Ooh. He gets the ball, don't get me wrong, but it's the follow through that takes out Louis Saul. Like I say, I think that's more S-housery on Williams than it is Louis Saul, because he's still down, Louis Saul. He's struggling a little bit here. Yeah,
you can tell he's struggling. And to be honest, the main danger for Williams was the hole actually lands partially on his face. So I can see why he's potentially stayed down, but he's holding his foot and he's doing his laces, so you can tell it's not that bad. Lewis Hall, on the other hand, looks like he might need a replaced. And to be honest, as Rig Murphy's saying in the chat, he has took a bit of a beating today, hasn't he? Every time he's gotten the ball, Forrest seemed to have targeted him a little bit. But he's a tough lad, Louis.
Yeah, I mean, this is going to sound a little bit strange, but players that have got some gift, a technical ability to hold on to the ball, are often the ones that you find that are the most felled against. I mean, you look at the likes, even for us, you look at Bruno, somebody who's got that close control gets clattered a lot more. And it's the same with, it doesn't matter what position you play in, if you've got the ability to play that close control, you are always going to be the one that gets clattered. And again, you can't fault him for not getting involved in that one. There was an opportunity to win the ball back. He doesn't back out of that. He gets himself involved, and unfortunately, he's got himself injured. But I'm just having a rewatch of that goal from Harvey Barnes. It's a great goal. And again, we were talking before about composure. Harvey Barnes, in that position, shows you the composure because he lets the ball, that given the pace by Ramsey, do the work for him. He doesn't need a touch out of his feet. There's enough pace on that ball. There's enough mentality within the player to get his body in the right position. The defender can't do anything about it. All he's got to do is commit the keeper forward, and he does that. Put Sells on his ass, and he tucks the ball into the other side. And then that's what I like about Harvey Barnes in that position. For me, probably a more natural 10 in the side that we've got. He just don't see enough of it.
Yeah, absolutely. And to be honest, you're looking at, I'd say it's between him and Anthony Gordon as the two that are composed in that attacking position, and it's benefit of both of them. We've got really different styles of players. Some, like Asula, provide chaos. Some you can rely on going through on goal, like Harvey Barnes. So absolutely fair play, and it does look like Lewis Hall is actually going to be able to continue, by the way.
Yeah, he's hobbling a bit. Ball with Hutchinson down that right-hand side for Forest. Forest have got to commit bodies forward now to get anything from this game because, mathematically, they're still in danger. So, like I say, they again, I'm just looking. I mean, it's so many passes that Newcastle have had. But look at this.
Oh, what a ball.
Forward, straight into Woods, feet there, edge of the box. Created out with Jesus, but he does get a goal! I thought, that was going to slot into the corner there. Wow. Nick Pope does well to make that look so simple. But I thought that toe poke into the corner from Jesus, from the edge of the box, was going to beat him all hands up because it's coming through her bodies. But he does well there in the shadows at the City ground to get both hands to it. Ball with Bruno now into Hull. Again, like I said, you can't stop to think that this could go either way at the minute for Newcastle. But there has been a little bit more settling with Ramsey on the field of play, I must admit.
Yeah, that's what I love about Jacob Ramsey, what he brings. I said it last week when he came on, even though it was only for the latter stages of the game. He gets the ball and you don't feel like he's going to lose it. Everyone is going to remember that horror he had against Barcelona. Not every team is Barcelona and not every day is that bad. Thankfully.
Yeah, exactly.
Otherwise, I don't think I'd be able to watch football anymore.
Yeah, just looking at where we are at the moment, if the game stays the same, it's up to the 11th with Newcastle. Hopefully we don't get a nosebleed from being that high up the table. But again, it just shows, a couple of wins can certainly move you forward, twofold. And like I say, this is up to us now to go ahead and keep going. Let's get Nottingham Forest committing bodies forward, and hopefully we can again get bodies behind them to try and break this back line of Forest. Again,
100%.
It's playing. Go on.
Yeah, got a super chat in there from Ryan Maxis as well, tenor in there. Great show, guys. Thank you very much, mate. Much appreciated. And hope you do all enjoy, obviously, these match commentaries. I know there's obviously a lot of stuff that's going on through the weeks and stuff like that, but all we want to do is give you great content, and hopefully that's what we're doing. If not, tell us how we can improve it, and I will listen to every single word. But we're back into the live comms.
Yeah, Anderson now on this left-hand side again, trying to feed in to Yates there, who goes down. It's not Yates, I beg your pardon, but Anderson has gone down and stayed down. He's holding onto his hamstring there a little bit. I don't know whether he's got a bit of cramp. And another couple of changes here for Forest.
Yeah,
McAtee coming on.
Yeah, nice technical player. McAtee hasn't really got the time he would have liked at Nottingham Forest since moving from Manchester City. And it's Nets coming off for him, and then Lorenzo Luca coming on, obviously the giant forward who, to be honest, hasn't done much at Forest. But you just look at the size of him and you know he can be a threat.
Oh, yeah, absolutely. But again, what it looks like to me now with Jesus coming off, it's more long ball syndrome for Forest. Again, it's whether Newcastle can pick that second ball up from the long ball going forward. Like you said, he is a giant, this lad. I think he's in the wrong industry. I think he's one of them that should be looking for the net, as in the hoop net, rather than maybe he's a globetrotter at heart and we don't know it. Hutchison throws the ball into the box. Again, it's that first time shot from Yates. Doesn't quite get in through the bodies. Ramsey now again on the half turn, brings the ball out of that area of concern really well, plays it into Hall. Down the line again, Ramsey showing himself all over the field at the moment. He got Barnes on the right hand side, plays the ball inside to Bruno. Good shot. Come on, Wissa. Do better there. Wissa does pick that second ball up though. Plays the ball back to J7, and again J7 again just trying to do something. Bruno trying to flick the ball over the top. Wissa getting a bit of a smack on the head there from Milenkovic and stays down. But how unlucky was we there? Wissa the misser. Again, the opportunity to falls behind him and not in front of him from a really good, again, play from Newcastle. Very intricate play that tries to get in and behind.
Yeah, that final ball just a little bit behind Wissa. And to be honest, you can't blame Bruno too much with it. It's a lovely, intricate ball. Just need Wissa to control it a little bit better, and it could have been 2-0 for Newcastle. Maybe not, because we've seen how he's finished in recent games, but that would have been a much easier chance than the ones he had against Arsenal and Brighton.
Yeah, you're right. And now we are back with Milenkovic, who again goes long. We know it's going to do this now with that big lad up top. It's going to be old-fashioned football from Nottingham Forest going forward. Can Newcastle just keep hold of the ball? Tonali now on the diagonal up to Wissa. Wissa got red shirts around him, but he does well to get that ball back to Bruno. Hall again going backwards and plays it back to Chow. Chow, don't do anything silly with Woods. Again, plays it down the line to Harvey Barnes. Again, Nottingham Forest seem as though they're a dog chasing the bone at the minute. They're hunting this ball. And again, it's Hall who gets clattered in the back from Williams. And Anderson, again, just looking right at the bench to say, we've trying to help you here, Gaffer. Nothing seems to be coming off, though, for Forest.
Interesting, Hall was so high up there as well, to be honest. On the halfway line, we only had 3 players up there, but Lewis Hall, still playing right back, up there. Shows Newcastle are still trying to get forward. We're still trying to get that second, and we haven't just sat back, which is a criticism we've had for Newcastle a lot this season.
Yeah, but that's the beauty. And again, this is why we talk about this fluidity. It doesn't look completely balanced, but I don't think Hall has been completely, out of shape at all. If I'm honest with you, really having Byrne on the left hand side, it just brings you one player over. If he goes tall, you've still got your 3 at the back. And I think this is what worries me when you've got J7. Oh, he's done well there, J7. He's into the box. He's fired it. It's come back to Bruno. He falls over the ball.
Lay it off.
Oh, Bruno, what are you doing, lad? He's not been excellent in the box today, Bruno. He's had loads of opportunities, and another one there falls to his feet. Couldn't get it out of his feet. It seems to be sticking to these players too much today. Maybe not enough water on the field of play, if I'm honest with you. Because, like I say, it's like Velcro, this ball, with some players today. Not able to get it out of his feet and have a shot on target. Nottingham Forest now bringing the ball forward. I was saying, I think the shape with Hall coming forward, having Dan Byrne in the side, it doesn't allow to keep that shape. Where I get scared is when Dan Byrne also goes forward. Do we lose that little bit of shape? Because, again, we've not got a natural 6 that can go and sit in the deep end. Like I say, I still think there's something that can happen with Forest at the minute. We've just got to be careful that we don't just fall asleep here. Ball into the box again. It's gone aerially, which I know it's going to happen. We got down. Anderson. Back into Anderson's feet. Anderson! Oh, he's got to go. Anderson! Oh, he's cramped up on that shot. But Anderson's got the equaliser. It was a give and go on the edge of the box. Anderson doesn't stop running. Finds himself on the edge of the 6-yard box. And the lad took a shot. And as soon as he took it, you could see he was holding his hamstring. He's been struggling really bad with cramp. But he's got the equaliser, 1-1.
Yeah, he just wasn't followed at all. Newcastle standing still as Elliot Anderson runs through. And it's a nice bit of intricate play from Nottingham Forest. Little triangles, as we were saying. We'd like to see Newcastle do a little bit more, but realistically, Newcastle got to do better in those scenarios. And was it Bruno who was a bit too slow?
Yeah, Bruno and, like I say, Lewis Hall. Then, I mean, he stutters, but you can't fault Lewis Hall, to be fair. But you're right, It's Bruno who loses Anderson. It's a little reverse ball inside, and I don't know who did that reverse ball. It was McAtee. Yeah, McAtee does the reverse ball, and it's Anderson. Like I say, I don't know whether it's a gamble or whether it's something that they do in training. Anderson plays on the blind side, and then, like I say, the ball is really cleverly done by McAtee on that reverse. It's only 3 or 4 yards, but it's straight into the path of Anderson. Now, let's see what Newcastle have got, see if we can get something back. Or is the game now in the last final few minutes the ascendancy of Forest?
Yeah, you certainly think Forest are going to have a bit of the momentum now. Newcastle, you don't want to see us hold on. But to be honest, the more we sit back and the more Forest have the ball, the more you worry.
Yeah, it's getting a bit scrappy, if I'm honest with you. But again, Lewis Hall gets fouled and McAtee just runs the ball out. Again, it'll be interesting to see what happens in these final few minutes here at the City Ground. I don't know how long is left of the game, but into the final minute as we see it. But like I said, when it becomes scrappy in the final third, Newcastle seem to be at 6s and 7s. I don't know why. Like at the defensive third, I should say. We look all over the shop at times.
Yeah, absolutely. And the thing is, for me, I know we were a bit all over the shop, but we've had the chances to make it 2-0 and we didn't take them. And once again, Newcastle have found themselves dropping points from a leading position. Potentially dropping points. The game's not over just yet, but it is a worry when it happens again.
Yeah, again, it's like I say, he's not really had the best of games. I've just said that, but I mean, it's the commentator's curse, isn't it? Ball again played into no man's heath from Newcastle. It's Forrest on the chance. He's headed clear. Can Hutchinson pick this ball up? He lets it run and then tries to get a shot off. And again, it's Ramsey who does well to get his toe to that one. Takes it away from the Forest player. And again, has the composure to beat the midfielder. Runs forward, gives the ball into Bruno. Bruno again trying to get some space. Plays the back inside to J7, who again, he's allowed space. He has a shot! Oh! I thought that was going to get closer than it was. Always shaping wide. But again, it's just trying to force the issue there, J7. High and wide on that right angle. Unlucky there from Newcastle. But again, Yates and J7 having to come in together. Doesn't surprise me, does it?
No, let's be honest. If anyone had anything on at the start of the game, you were thinking J7 and Yates would probably get into it at some point. Even though he didn't start. But there's 7 minutes of added time there as well for Newcastle or Nottingham Forest to get 3 points out of this.
Yeah, ball again into that space. Woods trying to get Lewis Hall down here, but it's gone to Forest to throw it. And again, Lewis Hall being nudged in the back there from Chris Woods. And it's just trying Nico Williams now and McAtee going into the corner to try and draw players a little bit deeper. Are they going to throw a long one into the box here for Luca to get on the end of, perhaps? He decides to go backwards. And again, it's Murata playing the ball into the box, headed up rather than out by Botman. Hutchinson now picking the ball up on the corner of the box. Byrne out there to try and close. Ball into the box now from Forrest. He's got to be offside there from that header. Reisman's continued. Ball to the back stick. Luca! Oh! Didn't get enough on it. I thought that was going to nestle into the far corner, you know.
Yeah, it looked like it was going to. It just didn't get enough on it, and it was easily cleared in the end by Newcastle. No pressure on the ball at all there, but it's all Forrest in these final stages.
Yeah, Hutchinson now down this right-hand side. You're right. Forrest seem to be on the ascendancy. Have the momentum. Again, plays the ball into the box. It's not a good ball in by Hutchinson. And again, Wisson not really getting involved in the time that he's been on. He comes off his threatening bit head, and it's a throw into Nottingham.
Looking at it at the moment, and I said it against Brighton, and we ended up scoring, but it does feel like if there's a third goal in this, it's only going to go one way.
Yeah, again, it's Wisser trying to win that ball back. It's out to Williams, who's faced off by Hall. Williams, again, being that crafty player. Ball deflected off the foot of Hall. Comes to Luca on the edge of the box. Is it going to fall to Yates? It does. Shot blocked by Bruno. He clears it. But again, no black and white shirts anywhere near that. There was a glance from Bruno to Wisser there saying, come on, lad, we need you. Forward. I don't know whether that was spoken, but there was definitely a glance there from Bruno. J7, you're leaving far too much of that ball open. J7 looks gone, if I'm honest with you, at the minute. Ball into the box by McAtee, trying to get Wood in and behind, but again, it's cleared by Botman, and who again is questioning the midfield there of getting anybody towards that ball back with the Forest players again. Yatesy there just trying to hurry things along. Moretta playing the ball into Anderson, who again, he's continuing to play even though he's cramped up. They can't make any more changes, Forest. He makes the run down the left-hand side, Anderson. Got the ball back from Williams. Ball into McAtee. Anderson out to Morata. Morata got a chance to shoot or do something with the ball. The ball has fallen to Bruno, though. And again, he's just pulled Bruno back. And it's going to be a substitution here, I think.
Let's see. It's Trippier. Yeah. Barnes, he's going over to talk to Barnes. But it will be Kieran Trippier coming on, which is an interesting one. Considering I think it's for Bruno, Bruno Gamada coming off, and to be honest, he looks absolutely knackered, Bruno, doesn't he?
Yeah.
You can see he's just coming back himself. Probably not 100% fit, but Newcastle have needed him to realistically just keep the tie going and try and give a bit of momentum to Newcastle towards the end of the season. But I guess that takes the Trippier theory out out of the equation, doesn't it? With the bonus.
Yeah, I suppose. It's like I said. I mean, there's obviously something that they've been working on, you've also got to think of there's another 2 games, and he is the only natural right back we've got available. So you've got to think, is it a case of trying to keep him fit as well? Ball does fall into Malik Chow, Trippier, back to Tonali again, up towards Wissa, but again it's easy for Morata to head clear. Ball fizzed in towards Wood there, who does look again to get that ball to Williams. Trippier does fire the ball in. Again, there's a bit of a coming together between Botman and Luca there.
I do have to say Sven Botman's been very, very good today, in my opinion. Arguably one of the strongest players on the pitch, and he's had some tough games recently, but do have to say up front today, Awoniyi, Luca, Wood, all tough challenges. He's done a pretty stellar job, in my opinion.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, like I say, there's been average performances. Nobody's really stood out for me today. But I suppose if you were to look defensively, he seems to be the one that stood out in that back 4. I say, for me, it's been the offensive third more than the defensive third. Ball goes really long into the Forest box. It's headed clear. It falls to Harvey Barnes. He gets out of his feet, dinks it back into the box on the diagonal. It's up by Malik Chow, but again, Wissa in no man's land, really. And it falls into Sell's hands, who goes to the ground. A bit of housery there to try and get something. I don't know what Wissa gives you up front, if I'm honest with you. He just doesn't, every time he's played, he just doesn't, look like we're ever going to get anything offensively. I've just seen one stat in the last 5 minutes: 65% has been in the Nottingham, in the Newcastle defensive, rather than 5% in the Nottingham Forest defensive areas, and it just shows you what one positional change can do. We haven't looked anything since Wissa's come on up front like scoring a goal.
Yeah, this is the thing. It's one of those, and it's full time now, by the way. Nottingham Forest 1, Newcastle United 1. I think when Wissa's on the pitch, what he does is he gives a bit of movement and creates that space. But what the thing is, every time the ball goes near him, he's losing it, and you can't have that, in my opinion. When you're a club that currently is Newcastle are mid-table, it's almost like he's coasting through games at the moment, and that's really, really worrying. It's not a bad point, but when you were 1-0 up with 10 minutes to go, 88 with you got the 7 from stoppage time, it's another 2 points drop, doesn't it?
Yeah, it's like the narrative's always going to be, how many points we've lost from winning positions, and again, we would be top of the bloody league, I think, now if we'd have got all these points in the bag, and that is how crazy this league has been this season. I mean, you can say now that we are out of the relegation zone completely. If you're going to look at some positive, the other positive again, you've got to look at Lewis Hall playing right back, gives us a bit of cover, I suppose. Again, I didn't think Forest did anything down either flank, if I'm honest with you. But again, you've got to take your hat off for Forest, a team that played 3 days ago to a team that hasn't played. They've committed bodies forward. They've gambled. Pereira's not been ashamed to have a gamble. He changed it on 20 minutes that nullified Newcastle going forward. And to be fair, from that moment onwards, you couldn't pick a winner.
No, absolutely not. And we said, we were saying with 15, 20 minutes to go, we know it's going to be tight. There is a goal in this, but you wouldn't have put money on where it was going to go. It took a bit of brilliance from both sides, really, to unlock the door, which, considering 25 minutes ago, I said it'd be a mistake. It was nice to see a bit of brilliance. For us, it was Jacob Ramsey. For Nottingham Forest, it was a bit of a mix between McAtee and Elliot Anderson. But again, you're looking at the game and going, it really lacked quality from both sides in the final third.
Yeah, I must admit, like I said, the only positive for me, you look, one of the problems for me, Newcastle have had under the tenure of Eddie Howe, I must admit, there's been very few players that come off the bench that change stuff. Harvey Barnes, we've said he was a great super sub. Again, shown today, comes off the bench and creates the only real bit of quality. But that was also inclusive of the other substitute, which was Ramsey. Newcastle did look a better side with Ramsey on the field of play. And again, you have to ask yourself, was the opportunity not to start them boys from the outset? We mentioned at half time, nothing down that left hand side. We didn't have balance. There was no control. Our right hand side then got blocked by a tactical shift. Eddie's got to learn to change, and he's got to learn to change quicker. I think for me, 100%. Changing on 60 minutes where you start to get momentum against you, come back. That, to me, has got to be where Eddie Howe, going forward, as a manager, has to make a decision quicker than he did today.
Yeah, 100%. I feel like at half-time, one of the things that Eddie must say consistently is, lads, he's got 15 minutes to show me you deserve to stay on the pitch, or show me what you can do. And it does seem like every single game he gives them that 15 minutes. I think it just needs to be a little bit more ruthless at times and just say, lad, you haven't been good enough. I'm going to take you off half-time. Don't be wrong, you'll get some game time once again down the line. This doesn't take you out of the fold for me, but for this particular game, look, like it or lump it. And we've got another super chat in there from Toon Assassin, the 5 in. Thank you very much once again, buddy. Give Eddie his dues. He changed it up early, which made us look more like a team with structure, but that's now 25 points lost from winning positions. And that's the killer, isn't it?
Yeah, and that is the like you say, what we will all do. It does look like we have got the reaction to go to. Yeah, so we are going to jump off this one. And like I say, come and join us on the Match Reaction Live. And like I say, what we'll do with that, when you've listened to me and Michael for the last couple of hours, so we're going to give you the opportunity to come and have your say. Like I say, we haven't got the telephone lines, so we will speak to you in the chat and get your involvement in this. So come and join us there. But before I say thank you very much for your support, and again, Michael has been excellent co-coms again, and I want to say thank you to the Twins for starting us off. Can you, like I say, before you go, if you haven't already, just help us go forward, especially for the comms, the team that's doing this. Give us the thumbs up. I love this part. It's 27, not 25. You're right. That's the amount of points we've lost this season. And like I say, when you add that to what we've got, we're right up fighting for the title, which is
one
crazy.
Behind City.
One behind City, yeah, it's crazy. But like I say, give us the thumbs up before you go. And if you haven't already, subscribe. It just makes us better. See you on the next one. Like I say, we will be joining you straight away on the match analysis.
Give it a couple of minutes.
Take care.
Take care.